Welcome to episode 142 of the Art School live streams. I hope you guys are ready to check out some art because we have a lot of really cool stuff to check out today. Let's do a little bit of an introduction as usual. So for those of you that are new, maybe welcome. It's good to have you. And if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube and you're wondering what the heck is this all about? Well, these are the Art School live streams. Basically, we go through a bunch of student submissions for the week, and those submissions can be, personal art. It can be assignments from the classes, from the art school program, or it can be questions. Doesn't matter. But yeah, and so that's for students of the art school program. So if you want to know more about that in particular, to maybe join as well, you can find a link to that down in the description below. But yeah, so this is what we have on the menu today. So those are all the ones that I've gathered, went hunting on Facebook and grabbed a few submissions, and we're going to go through all of these, and I'll try to give the best pointers that I can for each of those. So of course we never skip anybody. Everybody gets their time. Doesn't matter if it takes 2 hours or if it takes 20 hours, I'll still be here until I'm done. And we are going to check out what we have here on the menu today. So so a couple of things, I guess, a couple of details. Whoa, there are no requirements whatsoever to submit. So as long as you're a student, so it's all good. So you don't need to be super good. You don't need to be medium. You don't need to be a complete beginner. You can be anything you want. It doesn't matter. Just like in life, it can be anything you want. And because the program, there's going to be people that are just starting, people that are a little further ahead, and so it's all welcome. The stuff we see usually at the beginning, and of course, all of you guys have heard me repeat this 1,000 times so far. Well, actually 142 times so far. But I always really like to see stuff from I always like to see stuff from the earlier terms, because when the focus is on those, that's always good, because those are the fundamentals. It's the most important stuff. It's your foundation as an artist. So don't feel bad, if that's all you got here, like term one, and you're just starting and you feel like you shouldn't submit. No, wrong. Submit away. Oh, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, that one's doing pretty good. People like anatomy. It's always like an easy subject. Easy views. Ooh, that's nice. So yeah, you'll see, students in here that have been coming for a while, and so that's why there's stuff that's really, really good too. It's all over the place. But yeah, usually I'll just kind of go through them all here. And I don't see them for the first time, but kind of, it's not like I've analyzed all of these in great detail. So I always try to give my kind of first impression. Try to do the same as somebody else that would just see this for the first time. Not trying to react the same way or in a similar way as somebody that would see this for the first time. So like picking up on the stuff that sticks out to me as the most. So that's that. And yeah, I hope everybody's comfy right now. The streams, the last couple of hours, the recent ones between 6 and 7 hours. So we're in for a long ride. We're here for the day. So yeah, you don't need to attend the whole thing, of course, to get your art reviewed. You can just drop off your stuff and then be on your way and come back later to watch the replay. Of course, I always appreciate the company in here. It's nice to have people talking nonsense, as you guys usually do. That's not true. Not always. What else? Am I forgetting something in my intro? Well, let's go with that. So, starting with the first one here, by Dennis. And let's just sketch right into it. So red ink, Where's my brush? Square brush. Brush, brush, brush. Oh, stuff is moved in here. What the hell? Oh, there it is. That's right, I repositioned it at the top, I forgot. Priority brush, there we go. Right. Let's go. You ready for this, Dennis? You're first. So, I am doing well, thank you. So I did a couple of things in the past few days. I started to paint a portrait of the reference shown here. Got a shout out from her, by the way. Nice. That's a good way to get some extra views, especially if they're pretty popular. You know, that's always a nice way to get traffic on your page. So good job here, fishing. That's what you got to do. Putting in the work. And so some studies from video reference and another portrait study. If you could critique the shading of the portrait and the gesture study I did, that'd be awesome. Yes, sir. So I know I kind of goofed on the portrait of the redhead lady. With the color shading. Any tips for improving it? And how do you personally approach foreshortening when constructing a figure and illustrating anatomy in different angles? Alright, well that one, you just construct it. So, obviously, but you know, let's say you want to draw an arm that's bent like this, you know, so this part here, not so much foreshortened, but the forearm is. You'd have to always kind of what's the word that I'm looking for? Not dilute it down, but simplify it as much as you can down to its simplest geometric shape. So let's say you're drawing, like, you have the shoulder here and you have an arm coming towards us, like the forearm here. So it's going to be pretty foreshortened cylinder. So we have the joint here, so that's the shoulder, and then we have the joint there, and that's the forearm. So you can mark like where the bicep is or whatever, and then you're gonna have the other part of the arm. So maybe like another ball joint here for the elbow, and then you can draw another cylinder for the forearm, and then it's just a matter of drawing the muscles on top of that and making sense of it all. But as you can see, you know, it's already starting to shape up quite nicely with just that. Wrong angle. And yeah, when you do that for the whole character, you know, it'll look like one of those little, you know, like wooden character, wooden anatomy. It's not really anatomy, but you know what I'm talking about, like the wooden little mannequins that you can move around. And after that, yeah, you just slap on muscles. As easy as it's not that easy, but you know, that's the idea. And I kind of goofed in the portrait, so yeah. So this one had a really good structure, like I mentioned last week, and I think you did a good job with the shading. So maybe the color, you know, of your skin tone could be a little warmer, just so that it doesn't look like she's freshly shaved. But and also maybe like some differences in the values here between the chin and the neck, so that it doesn't look like it's just blending into the same volume. And for shading in general, always think of like anything that's facing you directly should be like, if you're not sure in like which to shade brighter, like should this be brighter or should the neck be brighter? It's always the stuff that's facing us that's going to be a little brighter. Everything that's going away, like an edge that's going away from us, not facing the camera directly, is going to get a little darker. So in this case, the side of her chin here will be slightly darker because it's going away from us. And in this case, what we can do instead is brighten up the neck, because the neck is facing us a little more directly. So like basic shading without any lights, you know, that would be kind of the logic. So everything that's going away from us is slightly darker. And then for her, yeah, we can probably warm this up to, let's just take this skin color here. It's a nice little peach. More red, darker, but still saturated. So that you get something that looks maybe a little more alive. This is too dark though. This is too dark, I messed up. Still too dark, but you know, at least feels like there's blood under the skin. So that's the idea. So yeah, wherever you have kind of like this gray, just tint it a little bit. If you have it on a separate layer, that'd be nice, because then you can just tint the whole layer slightly red and you'll be all set. Yeah. When you do this though, like I would, if I were you, I would try to ignore the clothes. So just draw the body that's underneath that you can see. So it's a little more challenging, but you can still get some hints. You know, like you see kind of like the knees right here, like it's poking through the. It's creating a bunch of folds here. So you can tell there's a point of tension right there. And then the other knee is probably, I mean, you can kind of just go by the same length, somewhere around here. And then kind of build a body this way, instead of drawing with clothes on. So the clothes, you would have that afterwards, once the body's all done. And you know that you have a good structure. Yeah. So. Oh, that helps. Moving on. Good stuff, Dennis. Alright, Alessandra. This week, I have been studying some artist style that I like and try to apply it. I have to say I love absolutely everything about is it stealing if I just absorb his style? I mean, it really corresponds to everything I like in manga. Well, I mean, that's kind of like a, you know, think of those recipes as a like patents almost, you know. So, but patents that you can't really enforce. So maybe more like trademark. Like in terms of recipe, it's like stealing the recipe from McDonald's or from whatever their recipe is. A bunch of bones and some nails and a bunch of fur, and then that becomes a burger. But no, let's say like, I don't know, like KFC recipe, you know, like fried chicken. It would be the same as essentially taking that recipe and opening your own store with a different name. So, you know, especially with artists, like, there's no real way that they can prove that you did it, but it's always risky, you know. You don't want people pointing out like, hey, you just copied that artist. That's not a good feeling. So what I would do is maybe grab a few people that you like, not just one, a few others that you also, you know, kind of dig their work, and maybe take a little bit from all of them, so that it's not just clearly inspired by one person, but instead it's a mashup of a bunch of different styles, ending up creating your own. Because if you just, you know, do the same thing as somebody else, it's basically copying. So studying anatomy, and I know that's tricky. You know, I've seen a bunch of artists too, like in my career, that I really like their work. I'm like, wow, this is everything that I want to be. But you have to fight the urge. Like, they found their recipe that works. It's them though, so you can't touch it. So you have to find your own. It can be very similar. You know, a lot of people are heavily inspired by other artists, and it shows. But you still gotta try and make it your own. Give it something a little different. So studying anatomy makes it actually harder. I had to focus on not doing small normal eyes, etc. I mean, I'm not ready to start. Yeah. So, like, I don't want to take anybody's fun away. You know, this is a lot of fun. You know, practicing stuff that's a little more advanced. Maybe even when you're not ready to do that, it's fun. I've done the same thing my entire life. You know, I was copying stuff from comic book artists when I was a kid, and obviously I couldn't do the same thing. I was just copying. It was fun. So, as long as it's fun, you keep doing it. That's important. But there's not going to be a real benefit in trying to do that now, you know. And so I'm trying to find a comparison, but let's just use cooking again. It's always the first thing that comes to mind. But that would be like you're studying under like this chef, you know, like this famous chef. That's pretty unique. He's got like something about his style that's different, and then it's essentially trying to do the same thing, but as a student that's just kind of started. So you know, the chef knows a lot. He's got a lot of experience. He's done a lot of different things, a lot of different recipes. He's fine-tuned the recipes a lot, and the recipe's not random. You know, it's stuff that he knows will work well together after all this experience. So it works when you copy their recipes, you know. So that's why like copying other artists' style, it's nice because then you get you're essentially using somebody else's experience in a sense to help you create better art, but it's still just a recipe, you know. The fundamentals still are lacking. So yes, unless you're really experienced, stylizing is a touchy subject. You can try it, it's fun, but don't expect to get good results. Basically, that's my answer. That's going to be a lot easier when you get better. A lot easier. So, that's that. Those are really nice though. But this is important, very important. Sure, it makes it harder because now you're going from copying like a chef's recipe, like following the recipe in the book, like, all right, this is the result. Maybe, you know, the recipe's not gonna be like perfect. Maybe it'll be a little off, but it should still hold up pretty well if you're following the recipe properly. But if you take that recipe away and you're like, all right, now bake something again, bake another cake, but on your own. Good luck with that. So first, you'll need to go and study just cooking, basic cooking. So how does bread rise, you know, that kind of stuff. And then once you understand all of that, so that's like you're going from using something and thinking that you're really good because you're using somebody else's recipe to then flying on your own, and then you realize, oh, wait a minute, without that recipe, I don't have much to back me up. So that's normal. It's normal. All of this to say that it's normal to feel that way. When you're really learning the fundamentals, that's when you start to realize that, oh, wait a minute, maybe a lot of those fundamentals are a little shaky. And it takes a while to build them up. But that is the right way if you want to be able to draw anything from imagination eventually. If you just keep following people's recipes, you'll never get there. So another comparison really quick, but it's like playing piano. So I play the piano, but I suck big time. I can't read music. I can't and also all the sheet music here is, you know, like with the letters, and where I'm from, it's a do, re, mi, fa, sol, you know, whatever. So anyways, I don't know any of that. I just go by ear, and there's a couple of things that I can play, but but that's it. You know, I don't have the experience. I don't have the foundation to play piano. I can play tunes equivalent to recipes, essentially. But that's it. You know, ask me to compose something way over my league. I can't do that. So if I were to start learning music, I would go back to the beginning, start to learn how to read music, all that stuff. And yes, I would feel like I suck all of a sudden because I don't have my tunes to rely on. So hope that makes sense. Hope that explains it. So yeah, like this is nice. You know, little cool details in here, but the anatomy is really a little shaky. It's not bad at all. Like the shoulder here looks a little strange. This area also position of the eyes, not quite in the right perspective, so it's not far. You know, like it's like you're following the recipe pretty well. But then try to draw a character that's fully posed, you know, using that same style. It's gonna be a little harder. But that's cute, you know. It's pretty cute. Feels very like old school anime. But yeah, I don't know what else I can add to this. Other than it becomes way more fun, like when you can actually do this on your own. Like when you know how much you can stylize and for it to still hold up pretty well. It's way more fun. It's way more rewarding than going by somebody else's recipe. Yeah, let's repeat it again. Learn the rules first so that you know how to break them later. Well said, Joe, once again. All right, so let's move on to the next one. Hope that helped. What we got here? So Henry. Let's go. I hope your moving situation is going well. Yeah, we're starting packing, so we're moving. What is it today? The 20th. So we have the keys on the first trucks are coming to pick up our stuff. I think on the 6th or the 7th or something like that. So what? 2 more weeks ish. Looking forward to it. because every time it rains in here, I'm always worried, because this place was like a leaking mess just a year ago, and they patched it up, but I could have done a better job, and I know nothing about it. So just to tell you the level of repairs that was done here. And it was like water was coming down the walls, coming from the ceiling. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I had buckets everywhere in here trying to gather water. Oh man, I'm not gonna miss this place. So these are my submissions for term 3, clothed figure drawing class. For the first assignment, I tried my best to capture the pose using an anatomy model. I wasn't 100% accurate to the pose, so I had to improvise some of the wrinkling. There you go. That's good exercise. For the second assignment, I wanted to amp up the challenge by choosing a pre-existing outfit and painting it into the nude model. I tried my best to capture the likeness of the outfit to match the lighting and match the lighting of the photograph. I think that came out really well. Maybe we're playing with fire here. Please don't call the police, Facebook. That looks really good. Really good. And yeah, love how you use the, you know, like the, although he didn't do that one-to-one, but look at the leg here, like where the highlight is, you know, where it's the brightest, where the hits of light land on the skin. So it's a little brighter right here, a little brighter here again. There's like a little bit of a dip there, because that's those are the tendons here. So from all the vastus, biceps femoris, rectus femoris. There we go, not biceps, rectus. So that's what it would be here. So you get a little bit of a bump here for the rectus femoris, and then we have the vastus lateralis here on the side, kind of attaching in the front here. We have that one here also attaching here, and the one on the inside, vastus medialis on the inside, all leading into the kneecap. And then here on the other leg though, like we see, it's a little darker, so not much highlights. So you will probably want to do the same thing here. Maybe if we look at the shoulder, there's like a hit of light there, so probably should do the same on your outfit as well. So that's what I mean, you know, when I say to look at the underlying anatomy, look at the shading too, where the highlights are, and use the same thing when drawing the clothes. Yeah, so for the leg here, use a different brush. I feel like it's going away from us a little more. Here, let's break this in. Let's break this up. Let's break those highlights just like in here. Tip of the knee, not too much. Highlight's gonna be mostly here on the outside. Yeah, overall though, like the folds in here, that looks really good. I think you did a really good job. If you lift your arm like this, you know, you're gonna get a little tension here going from the point where the shoulder kind of meets the arm and all the way down to the side. So you could do something similar here. You probably have some folds going down this way. But overall, man, this looks good. Like these folds in the front, all the little details, the pants otherwise, very nice. Me? Ow. Alright, enough playing. That's nice. That's quite nice. Yeah, so she's a little thicker this way. So yeah, trying to kind of see where the leg is going here. So boing, then going into the hips. So it's just this distance here that we probably want to adjust a little bit. Yeah, she looks like she's carrying a little more weight down here. Just want to have that thing go in. And the highlight really suggests that kind of like on the folder stopping right there. Behind here is the rest of the skirt. A little too pointy, but yeah. That came out real nice. Otherwise, like those folds are quite nice. Look at these sexy folds. Oh, very aesthetic. Yeah, he did a really good job with the shading here. So the base figure, a few things left and right. You know, like I would keep practicing drawing the female body. So never stop. You know, just a few things that you can kind of spot maybe more easily, but looking at the distance between the knee and the ankle, and on the other side too, like there's a decent difference there. So you just want to make sure that that's somewhat similar. Of course, taking into consideration the perspective, but yeah, there's not much of that here. Yeah, the default, the shading, very nice, very nice. So good stuff, Henry. Moving on to Kevin. There we go. So this week I had to draw in my truck using a clipboard at work, which was an interesting challenge. I'm along the right tracks and improving. Am I along? You got it. Drawing the figure, I start with the action line, basic shapes for the limbs. Then I use gesture lines to fill out the contours. This is a good method. Also, I'm having trouble visualizing the pelvis shape. Is a square, or is it a square or an oval better? Or is it... Oh boy, trying to read too fast. Cool down, Marc. You can't do this. It's just reading. Don't panic. Is a square or an oval better for shaping the pelvis? Right on. Getting those assignments done, regardless of the conditions. Yes, that is the way. So yeah, action line first. Yes. Yeah, so there's the main difference between gesture drawing and like figure drawing, at least the difference that I highlight, is that with gesture drawing, you're really focusing on the energy of the pose, and with figure drawing, it's really more the proportions. So it's good to practice both, separate, because they just target different things. And so it's like, going to the gym, doing different kind of workouts. And I think, the way that you're building it, there's no problem here. I'm not super clear like on what you mean with the gesture lines to feel out the contours. I mean, it does work quite well, whatever it is that you're really doing, it looks nice. But yeah, like in here, your poses feel a little stiff, and it's not. I'm not, they're really good. So I'm just trying to find something to mention here. But so the poses are pretty much correct everywhere. Like the proportions are quite nice. Like that one feels really good, nice and balanced. This one too, that one too, that one too. This one maybe a little off balance, like you have the leg kind of going back here and kind of anchoring his body. You don't have that as much here, so the center of balance is a little too forward, so he would probably fall in his butt. So yeah, just having kind of those legs curved down. So basically that curve here that you want to accentuate. And Yeah, so from looking at this, I would recommend that you do more gesture drawing. A little trickier, of course, if you're in a truck, but just so that your figures loosen up a little bit. Like this one is nice, but there's a little more of a curve here. Like the body goes more like this and more like that. Yours a little straighter. So it's just pushing that gesture. Because the second that you start to go into figure drawing, everything's going to stiffen up. And so if it's already kind of stiff, then you end up with really stiff figures. So go crazy in your gesture drawings, like super, even more than this, So how far can you push it? How curved can his back be? And then you kind of mesh the two in this kind of exercise here. So focus on proportions by looking at the figure, but also focus on the gesture by trying to push those lines that you see. And then the pelvis shape, I like to consider it as a box at first, just because the boxes are simpler to draw in perspective. Eventually, maybe like a bucket, like a cylinder, might work better, but it's not like a cylindrical cylinder. It's more like an ellipse. So yeah, I don't know. I like the box at first. I think that's the one that makes the most sense. And the hip cage, the hip cage, that doesn't exist. The hip bones are pretty squarish, So you have like the tip here at the front, the frontal part of the hips, almost a straight line to the other side, and like this is pretty flat. There's a little bit of a curve, but you can clearly trace a straight line there. Then you have the joint right here for the legs, for the femur sockets, and then same idea here. Like you can almost create a perfect square from these. So including the butt cheeks, you kind of get this pretty clear box shape. And that's the one that I recommend at first, at least. Because also it forces you to identify those corners. And those corners are very, very important at the beginning to know like where the hips are facing, where the joints are facing, where it forces you to really place it into it. Like with a cylinder, you can make slight mistakes. Maybe that's not the right angle. Maybe it's more like this. Or maybe it's a little bit more from the top. It's just harder to spot the mistakes in that case. It's not as clear what the front is also. So yeah, box gets my vote in this case. And but yeah, I will say that your proportions are really good, very good. I think it's the gesture that's a little more lacking. Proportions are kind of a little higher level. So more gesture drawing, maybe a little bit less figure drawing, so that we get that nice balance. But yeah, good, really good stuff anyways, so keep it up, man. Nice lines too. A little shaky at the beginning, but I like the way that you kind of clean them up with the different or with the weight of the line on top of it all. Yeah, that has a really nice aesthetic to it. So moving on to the help. Julia. Oh my god. What's happening? That's terrifying. He lost his BP. Hope everything went well with your new condo. Not yet. I haven't moved yet, but soon. So, but thank you for the thought. So it would be great if you could check my practice sheets, upper and lower body anatomy. For flaws, the torso is so simple in comparison, especially the forearm. It's a nightmare come true. Yep. But you'll see. The limbs themselves. Yeah, the extremities are a little trickier. But the good news is that you don't really have to focus on them too much at the beginning. That's why I emphasize that, just using ellipses, it works, especially since you're not gonna usually see a lot of the details when drawing forearms, like muscle detail, unless you're like this guy here, But usually it's pretty soft. It's like this nice soft cylinder. Yeah, let's take a look at these arms and legs. Alright. Just femoris. Vastus medialis. Vastus lateralis. Got pectineus. Dr. Magnus. Sartorius. Gracilis. Yeah. I don't have any issues with this. Just that you're missing the tensor fascia lata right here. So it starts at the hips and kind of goes down, and this is kind of what continues the iliotibial duct here, going to on the side of the leg, kind of keeping the vastus lateralis in. You see a bit of it here, and you see a bit of it behind. Yeah, these are just going to go a little higher. So the gluteus maximus, a little higher. And then gluteus medius. More towards the side of the body rather than the back. And from the back here, it's mostly the gluteus maximus. And on the side here, you get a little bit of those secondary part of the butt cheeks. Yeah, in the back here, we're just gonna be missing a few of the muscles, but so gonna get your gracilis somewhere in here. In the front here, you're gonna get, you know, like your same thing, the iliotibial band, this long connective tissue here on the side of the body. Back there, peaking a little bit. We can kind of see it here, but that would be right there. That would be the biceps, the vastus lateralis, the same as the one in the front, a little bit, and then biceps femoris, and then you get your semitendinosus, so the other small one. But like those two here, like the biceps femoris and semitendinosus, they're pretty narrow, so they're not too big of muscles. Yeah, like always think of them as being as wide as the calves, you know, essentially. So you have those two sections. Those two are pretty much the same mass, the same volume. So you can think of it this way as a reminder. And then yeah, on the inside, adductor magnus. So that's what you had right here. And then you're gonna get your gracilis, that longer one here, going the inside of the body, the inside of the leg. But yeah, overall it's pretty accurate. So just shifting stuff a little bit, shifting the size of things. There you go. Tensor fascia lata. There it is. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, much better here. Very nice. Yeah, kind of going back to what I was talking about here, like the glutes, you know, gluteus medius, like gluteus maximus. It attaches on the sacrum, you know, like the pizza slice shape here, the end of the spine. So that's where the gluteus medius and the why can't I say this right? The gluteus maximus will attach here. And on top here, on the actual hips, like the side of the hips, that's where gluteus medius will attach. Nice, you got a cute haircut too. Very well. Very well done. So yeah, so just small stuff, Julia, but overall, I think he did a really good job. Yeah, especially this one. That one's quite spot on. Moving on. Preston. Whee! All right, what do we got here? So I hope your week is good regardless of the current controversy going on right now. I think this was what controversy? So I think that this week was pretty successful for me. This week I studied the artist's because I like the way he stylizes his anatomy. I traced over his work for science and tried to break down how he forms his shapes and how he handles proportions. Then I tried to replicate his those characteristics without a direct reference. I think the first one turned out well. The macho man on the right, the one with the sparkles. Then I tried to exaggerate the proportions with the other two. I don't think they were as successful, but I wanted to finish them anyways. I also tried focusing on different shapes for the two. For example, I wanted the tall guy to have sharper shapes, and I wanted the wide guy to have blockier shapes. Are there anatomical errors? Please point out things that didn't work out as effectively and maybe show how I could pull them off better. Also, I'm struggling with representing the abs and serratus interior muscles. Any tips? Yes. Let's go. Yeah, so probably like part of my answer here could be copy pasted from the one I just talked about with Alessandra here. Talking about style and how that it's always just harder to adapt a recipe if you don't have the knowledge to actually create the recipe on your own. So trying to take a recipe that already exists, that was done with a lot of experience, and trying to modify that with more limited experience, always a little tricky. So as you get, as your anatomy gets better, this is going to become increasingly easier. Most professional artists, like if you're working at a like a game studio or film studio, you as an artist, you're going to have your own style, most likely, but still that doesn't matter. When you work at a studio, you got to adopt the style of the project that you're on, and so styles change, no problem. So you'll often, we would have, when I was back at Blizzard, we'd have artists that show up for the interviews, and their art very stylized, but maybe not the same style as the project that we're on. But the second that they come on board, a couple of weeks of adaptation, and then the style ends up being exactly the same as the project. So style is something that just gets really, really easy. The more knowledge of anatomy that you have, the more you know the rules, again, the more easily you can break them. So that's gonna be kind of like my preface to all this. Because yeah, I think like these characters look certainly interesting, but they look a little stiff, a little uncomfortable. And that's just fundamental stuff, just fundamental anatomy. Nice constructions though. So those are quite nice. Like I really like this. Maybe a little off balance this one. Maybe you want to have the leg a little more stable. But I like your constructions. Very well structured. Everything makes sense. You can see the character clearly from this. Yeah, it's just like as it transitions to like the real drawing, like you lose a couple of things in the anatomy. Like here the shoulders and the biceps, like the forearms. The chest looks pretty good though, but like the muscles and the legs, all of that's a little lacking clearly, in the in your knowledge. And so that's where the recipe is harder to apply, when you're applying it to something different that you're not used to. But the good news here, the really good news, is that your construction is really good, really good. So you could draw, like these characters don't need a whole lot more to look really nice. Like maybe you try to push a little too much the anatomy here, without having the like all the knowledge that you need. Like you can see some of the flaws a little bit, but you could clearly draw like a cool character with this construction. Maybe that's not as detailed, maybe you don't focus on anatomy as much. but that would still be like a kick-ass character. That's nice proportions. Proportions work here. That's the most important. So yeah, maybe if you stylize it just slightly different, or maybe don't stylize it too much. Maybe that's the key. Because yeah, good construction usually is what you want to see. Because then after that, the next steps are much easier, much less impactful. So yeah, in my case, you know, like I like these better than the drawings. Like that's nice. That's aesthetic. I like your lines too. Like nice line control, simple shapes, the symmetry line. Like you can really read the volumes. Yeah, like for this, you know, for this to look nice, it looks nice, but for it to look more professional, hands would be one thing to fix. Like the hands and the feet, clearly, like you can tell that the torso here. Oh, like oh, nice. It's almost like you look at this, and like oh damn, this artist is really good with anatomy. And then you zoom out, you're like oh, I see. So there's some things missing there. So feet and hands make a huge difference, especially if the character's naked. You know, there's not a whole lot else to look at. So hands and feet kind of take up a bigger role in that case. Oh, nice, man. Oh, did you do this? Oh, those are good. Those are really good. So yeah, I'm very happy to see this because that's the most important. Yeah, so the hiccups is just in the finishing touches, you know, like the style, essentially. But anyways, going back to this. So yeah, the legs, I mean, it's pretty good calves for the size of his thighs. So let's try to... like, what we could do maybe to make this guy's torso look better. So you had him here. All right. So probably from this angle, like you probably wouldn't see a whole lot of the serratus anterior muscle from the other side. Here going into the shoulder. So the shoulder, the front of the delt, you know, attached this the clavicle halfway point. That's where the delt attaches. So you should always have something starting from there, from the halfway point, and then that just tells you that the shoulder is a little wide in this case. Like the socket will be, yeah, weirdly placed. I mean, that could still work. Maybe you would need to just make the chest a little bigger. Chest is bigger. We have more surface area to play around with here to make this function properly. Traps. Let's cut this down here. So you can make it work. It's just yeah, in this case it's just anatomy. So the better you know your anatomy, the easier that translation from the construction to the final drawing is gonna be. I mean, the shoulder is still looks kind of strange, but yeah, in this case, you know, could totally work. It's just I would just focus on anatomy if I were you. Your constructions are great, your proportions are great. Your line quality, your line, like your observation here, clearly all very nice. So those are all the more important fundamentals. So I'm really happy to see this. Yeah, I would just focus on anatomy a little more. And like you can do this as much as you want, you know, and this is probably fun to do. I just don't see it as being as beneficial for your growth as an artist. It's more just a fun thing to do. it's good also to study other people's style. You know, over time you grab some things from like something here, something over there, something from that artist, and it accumulates over time. So yeah, definitely not a bad exercise, but that's why the translation had some hiccups. Yeah, that's all I got. So that helps Preston. Moving on to Gaily. What we got here? Talking in a lot of chats in here. Am I missing something? All right. Grandpa stretching. Oh, my back. I did have a good week, Gaily. Thank you. Hope you did too. I made some more figure studies. This time, have put more volumes on them. I still find that I make the bodies too long and the legs too short. I'm going to work on that next. I'd love to hear your critique on these. All right. Well, they are very good. When you compare them to like a real person, you know, like real proportions. People have quite short legs, so we're used to seeing a lot of a lot of art where the characters have like these nice like heroic physiques with long legs and relatively short torsos in comparison, and that's just not how it is. You know, we have pretty short legs in comparison, so that's like all of this. That's quite accurate. But yeah, like the usual tip, just so that like short legs and long torso is not super aesthetic, so that's why we change it as artists. We can't do whatever we want, so we do. Yeah, once again, like as a quick reminder, the crutch, halfway point of the entire height of the character. So, you know, if you want to quickly double check at the end where you're at and how far off you are, you can always go like this. How are we doing here in a little longer? So you could make the legs slightly longer. AKA in this case, scale him up. Boom. There we go. Now he feels more like he can save the day. Yeah, same thing with this guy, but this looks just like a real person, you know. So very good proportions here. Personally, just for style, I would make the legs longer, but you don't have to. That's just the style thing. It's just personal preference. This guy looks pretty heroic. Also, long legs just make the characters look taller. You know, if it's a superhero, you want them to look imposing, like they can defend you. Short dudes. Maybe less reassuring to see. These are really good. I really don't know what else I can say. Maybe like I would recommend that you add more cuts to your cylinders, like split them up more, and yeah. I'm just looking at the only one that doesn't have the other side here. I was gonna say make sure that you give proper volume to your cylinders, but that's just the only one that's missing. So never mind that. But yeah, like things like this. Because I see like the edges here of the cylinder, that's too pointy, you know, for a cylinder. It should be pretty rounded. So that's why I like practice drawing these cuts, these cross sections. They should be like elliptical, right? It's a continuation of the volume here on the other side. So that curve here should be nice and curvy, because it needs to go back behind. And so practicing these cross sections, making sure that you're especially when it's foreshortened, like trying to really split it in half and then in half again. So I like to draw quarters. I think that's a good healthy amount of subdivisions to have. But this stuff is useful to practice when things foreshorten. So let's say you have a cylinder that's like that. trying to find exactly where that halfway point is, right? It's not going to be exactly at the halfway point. It's not going to be right here. It's foreshortened, so you have a little bit of perspective going on. It's going to be a little further back. But getting good at drawing this in perspective, different angles. I feel like adding those additional sections to the cylinders helps. More subdivisions, the better, because then it just helps you see the volume better. You know, you have all of these here. I don't know why I'm doing this, but yeah, anyways, I love how all of these feel very grounded. Perspective works on all of them. Great proportions. You can tell they're posed by just looking at these stacks of cylinders and spheres and boxes. That's it right there. That's A+ assignment right there. So I am going to guess that those were based off of references. So if you want to spice things up a bit, try doing these from imagination. Always kind of referring back to the references if needed. But yeah, I would try to do some on your own. See how much control you have over this particular step, because those are really good, very good. So that helps Gaily. Moving on to what's up, Jenner? All right, Scott. What's up, Tamara? All right, what do we have here? All is well, Scott. Oh, I hope all is well for you too. No horror today, except for the medical state of my hands. What? Hope your hands are doing okay. So getting back into the frames again, using the same references as last time, but I drew it to the side this time instead of overlapping. Ooh. You're welcome, Gaily. All right, so increasing difficulty. Yes. So perfect segue from the previous submission. Well done, Scott. What the hell? The things the human body can do. Yeah, these hold up pretty well, don't they? Yeah. Very nice job here with the legs and the pelvis. Like, that's spot on. Exactly the right angle. It feels really nice, really solid, and really grounded. Not hating on your cylinders, but always a little harder too when the cylinders, when the lines for your cylinders are thinner, because then you really have to make sure that those ellipses are spot on, because otherwise, yeah, you can't get away with having sharp corners. You know, if you have like a big brush, like maybe that's too sharp. I don't know. Like in this case, it looks kind of alright. But if it were a thin line, then you really have to make sure that's it's nice and curvy at the end, at the edges rather. And yeah, that's just a little pointer for the future. Like this one here. That's not a good cylinder. But anyways, those poses, yeah, I think they carry pretty damn well. In some cases like this one here, the arms feel a little bit less foreshortened than they are here. But I think again, it's just the angle of the cylinder. Because those arms, they work, you know. It's just not like the reference, but they still kind of work. which is the reference, instead of having cylinder like this, opened up like that. I think it's just gonna be a little bit more, yeah, like where's the elbow? Right here. So the distance between here and the shoulder is just a little shorter than what you have. So just more foreshortened. You know, overall, very successful. Try it from imagination next. Not all from imagination, you know, like this is a good exercise. I would do a few more. Keep doing this for a couple of weeks. You know, not all the time, but left and right. And maybe one or two out of the set try to do on your own. Or try to combine like different poses. Maybe like the body, the top, the torso from her with the hands, and then maybe the legs of somebody else, and try to like make them work. Or maybe even fragment it even more. So maybe somebody's torso and then somebody else's arms. But yeah, those are great. Yeah. That's it. Moving on. Kel, I am okay. I've been working on this drawing and I have some doubts. I hope you're okay too. And I have some doubts about his clothes, especially the folds in his trousers. All I can see is black. You mean these here, like in the legs? Let's see if there's some shading information in here or not. There is. There is. Oh man, why are you hiding all of this stuff? You worked hard for this. You can't see any of it. No, now it's gone. So yeah, I would just tone down the shadows, or brighten up the shadows a bit, so we can see those details that you actually painted, because they look nice from the little that I can see, at least. Yeah. So let me try to get something that doesn't look horribly overexposed. Alright, at least we see something now. I'm not doing this because I like this version better. This is clearly too bright. I just wanted to see the folds that you painted in here. Comment on those if needed. So let me just, I guess, save another copy. That's gonna be easier. All right, so yeah, in here, before we talk about the folds, just talking about the image in general. That looks good. That looks really good. Like, just technically speaking, very well done. The character looks awesome. The hand looks nice. Maybe the pinky is a little long, but pinky and ring finger, but nice, very nice. Nice color tone. Cool face. Here, you're gonna be in the world of pain soon, mate. The only thing, like the main thing here that stands out to me, would be the lack of bounce lights. So it would be very unusual for shadows to be this dark anywhere, unless you're like on the moon, where there's no bounce lights. Not a whole lot of it, at least. Because if he's outside, you know, if this is the sun that's lighting him up, probably the sky somewhere, and the sky is this big secondary light source. So that would probably like brighten up the shadows here a little bit, tint them the color of the sky. So whatever the color sky is. If it's blue, if it's pink, whatever. So you could just have a little bit of extra light here in your shadows, kind of overall. Same thing on this, his pants here. Like there would be some light here. We would be able to see something. Very unusual to be completely dark, to be completely black. And I think, you know, yeah, it would just maybe highlight the details that you already have that we can't really see otherwise. But yeah, so that's the only thing that kind of stuck out to me at first. Looking at the folds though, folds are nice. Like none of them are wrong. So sometimes that's going to be the problem. Like you'll have like a weird line going across, and that like, nah, that doesn't make any sense. That looks kind of wrong. But in this case, you know, like you were restrained enough with your folds that there's nothing that's crazy here. But everything that you did holds up really nice. So yeah, maybe like around the knees here, like we could have a few more in here too, like around the knees. Normally you're gonna get some extra folds. The fabric bunching up in the back here of the leg. It's a little hard to see with the shadows, but so let's look at the folds on this version here. We can see better. Shirt looks nice. Maybe the sleeve here could have something a little extra in its silhouette. So maybe like some extra loose fabric. Just because we see like all these details here, and then like the sleeve itself is kind of featureless. So just trying to bring the details up a bit so that it matches the rest. But yeah, so for the legs, kind of what I was saying here. Maybe a little extra folds around the knees here. Where the leg is bent, you're gonna get some extra folds there too. Maybe a few more. But nah. Yeah, so not a whole lot. Maybe you could add something here on the jacket, even though yeah, it probably wouldn't have anything. It's just so that it doesn't stand out too much. Could be like super subtle stuff. Maybe just in the forearm here, like some leftover wrinkles from the arm banding. It's just something, you know, because it's pretty busy everywhere else. Like you have all these nice folds everywhere, but nothing here. So just any small things that you can highlight, I think it would work quite nicely. Like if there's a pocket maybe here on the side, that could be another extra detail to add, just so that it doesn't feel so nice and clean compared to everything else. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe composition wise, like the last thing I'll mention, composition, like it feels like there should be something more here. Like you're saving a lot of space for this area, almost like he's like purposely standing next to something, like posing along with something else, but there's nothing there. So that's the only thing that looks kind of strange. So for me, like I would just move the canvas a bit, move the framing a bit. So maybe more like that, so that he's at the center, kind of like a magazine cover or something. Or add something else here that's worthy of the attention. Maybe it's like a graffiti of his face. And he really likes it, so he wanted to post an Instagram pose along with it. But yeah, That's it. Love the shading. Love the... Alright, let's go back to the original. So, yeah, the colors in here work really well. Like I said, shadow's a little dark, but the scene itself, the posters, the pose of the guy, it's very nice. It's a very, very nice painting. You should be proud, Cal. That is quite nice. Moving on to Cassandra. Makes you want to travel. I continued working on this piece and I reworked the arches and adjusted the distance between them. Ow. Just scratched myself with my pen. This thing is getting pointy. Adjusted the distance between them. So do they look alright now? I also added some color and more details, although I'm still not quite sure about the colors and maybe the shadows are too dark. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, it feels better. I think it's still... Like adding to what I said last time, it should be like two. We'll just redo it again instead of talking. So let's say you have arches. So in your case, like you would have like two sets of arches almost. So I just want to double check. I think it's mostly fine. Like the outside ones here, those are correct because that's exactly what we talked about last time. I'm just not 100% sure of these ones here on the inside. So I just want to double check those. They look correct, but the same way that you achieve these, you could do the same thing again for those ones on the inside. So let's say you got Alright, we'll just do it with 4. So I'm going to duplicate that. So first, arranging this for the outside. You'll see what I mean in a second. Alright, so like that would be kind of like the outside, outside opening, and then you can do the same thing again. These for the insides. Kind of lining up with different vanishing points. Touching the top of all of these, and same at the bottom otherwise. What do we have here? So that would be one way to do to like work out these shapes. Basically, you transform one of the sets using the vanishing lines from the building itself. So these ones here, going up, these lines, and of course these lines going to this vanishing point. And then for the ones that have kind of like an angle, like these arches, yeah, you would do the same thing. So using the same line for the bottom here, so this vanishing point, and then for the instead of going to that vanishing point, then you would just go towards where those are pointing. So different vanishing points somewhere over there. But yeah, so I'm just like looking at this one right here. This in relation to this seems weird, like the angle here and that angle there. Maybe it's correct. I'll just double check that. Maybe like building it this way. But yeah, anyways, a small detail, yes. That came out really nice. It's a beautiful image. I love the contrast in warm colors versus cool colors. Like the ratio is really good too. Nice values. I have all the vegetation in here. Feels nice and cozy. Yeah, shadows work quite well too. That came out really nice. Yeah, no, shadows are. I mean, shadows. They can be kind of whatever you want. You know, like it seems like it's not quite midday. It's maybe a little later in the day. Like 3 p.m. something like that. So yeah, you would get less bounce light, you know, because the light's not coming directly from above. So it's reasonable to think that yeah, you would get something like this, bright enough that we can see the detail. So I don't have any problem with the shadows. It looks good. Yeah, love that we can see like the little town there. That came out awesome, Cassandra. I don't have much else. Trying to see if I forgot anything in the... Maybe based on the lighting direction. Like you have maybe a little too much highlight on these pillars. And the shadows here would be as crisp as it is on the wall, on the pillar itself. So no reason for this to be fuzzy. But yeah, so maybe have the shadow start a little sooner to make it seem like, yeah, like the light's coming from behind. You know, it's not coming from the side exactly. It's coming from further back in the scene. Yeah, maybe the same idea with this one here too. Although that's pretty good. Like this is about the halfway point of the cylinder. This, in this angle, that's also about the halfway point. So. Yeah, and last thing, minor detail again, but I would do maybe something here, like so just so that it's not all blue, the same blue. Maybe some gradient. You know, everything that's higher in the sky is always a little darker, so maybe we could do that. Darken this a bit, or maybe some clouds. Just something, yeah. Something would be cool. It's like a nice opportunity, and this is a focal point. So like, I'm guessing a lot of the eyes are gonna go there. A lot of people are gonna have their gaze drawn to this area. Like it's where all the vanishing lines kind of converge. So yeah, cool little opportunity. Beautiful drawing otherwise. That's a nice portfolio piece here. Maybe you can add a little more shading on these pillars to separate them from the wall even more. Yeah, awesome, very nice. No, there we go. All right, Laura, you got it, Scott. Let me get a sip of water. last time you asked for the construction of my drawing, and I wanted to show it here on the left. Nice. All right. So I used the line of action boxes and rough cylinders for the limb to recreate the pose and roughly constructed the head. All right, that's good to know. Then I added some details of the clothing with different colors. My sketches are always a little messy. I was wondering if this is the correct way to do it. In order to learn something, I probably should have taken more time on the construction of the head though. Below, you can see a current progress. I used 1 point perspective for the background. I wanted to give it some neon lights, but I am not sure this will work out, or if it's too distracting to use such bright and different colors on the background. Right, let's have a look. Let's take a look at this construction first. Yes. So very happy to see this. Yes. That's the way to go. So yeah. So it explains why your character is pretty good. Either you're really good at copying, or you're really good at constructing and observing your reference, and I'm glad that it's the latter. So yeah, well done with this. Pretty good. So that is definitely a valid study. Yeah, as long as you have your analysis phase in there, as long as you do the detective work, figure out how this is all working, you're all good. So you're asking about the colors now. Yeah, I agree with you. So a little intense in the back, you know, like it takes a lot of the attention away from the main character. If you look at it from a distance, like what do you see? This part, the green stands out a little bit too. So you have a lot of contrast here. So white and red right next to one another, and it's really, really bright, berry red. I would probably tone that down quite a lot. Either that or like go nuclear on this guy. You know, maybe the hair can be like super saturated, but yeah, that's probably not gonna look too good. Oops. So yeah, I would tone it down. It can still glow, you know, it can still glow a lot, just it won't be as saturated. Gonna have something like that maybe. A little glow. That's pretty intense still, but in the back here, some ideas. We're gonna take distance too. We're gonna cool things down a bit with distance. But the main thing we're trying to remove here is saturation. So saturation is really, really potent as an eye magnet. Anything that's very saturated is going to attract a lot of attention. So yeah, you have to worry about things like saturation. Of course, the colors. You know, if the color is unique, not found anywhere else, like this red is in this case, it's weird and it stands out a lot. It's the one unique thing in the painting. Not the one thing, but one of the unique things. And so yeah, we'll go with a different color for that one. Something that doesn't scream as loudly. You want to keep that for the main character. You know, so if everything was inverted, if the character had the pink or the berry red and the green from the background, and then the background was using his colors, then that'd be nice. But right now it's the opposite way, so little risky. So if you want to make your life easier, like go monochrome for the background, mostly monochrome. So maybe it's going to be all this like light blue stuff. Let's try it. Let's see. It's already, now the focus is back on him. maybe increase contrast on him a bit more. Make him pop some more. And then in the background here, if you want to have different colors, you can, but maybe in smaller amounts. So you want some neon lights. Maybe it can just be like the edge here. Maybe you can just like be writing on this thing. Same thing here. You can have like maybe smaller lights that are this color, as long as it doesn't scream too loudly. Too dark, so let's use hard lights. Always a little nicer. So yeah, I don't know. Like the background could still be kind of colorful. It's just in much smaller amounts. Yeah, that should work better. It shouldn't steal too much attention from your main character. Yeah, like the reason why this works here, is that all these colors are very desaturated. Like not a whole lot of saturation here. Like the green is green, but it's pretty dark. You know, it's only in smaller amounts that it's very bright and saturated. So we don't see it much as a result. And the cropping here too, like helps make like reduce any other colors. The focus is tighter on the character, so we see more of him. What's going on? But this is not a particular good illustration still, you know, like it's a frame, so that works, but if it were an illustration, like you definitely want to separate the character from the background a little bit more. If it's in motion, again, you're not going to see that too much, but in this case here, you probably want some more highlight here in the hair, just so that you can see where the hair starts, where it ends. So we could definitely art direct this screenshot a little bit better. There's not a whole lot of contrast here. We can't really see what's happening. So again, highlight could be better to really push the silhouette, really help us read what's going on here. Because yeah, don't consider that just because you're using a reference that it's all good. Like this is not by the books at all. So just keep that in mind. Right on. That's all I got. Hope that helps, Laura. Moving on to Maria. Awesome. You're welcome, Laura. All right. I'm good, Maria. I hope you're good too. So this week I did a few more studies and I finished a ZBrush class and I have a few questions about it. Ask away. So can you find the edit mode on this menu? What? What do you mean the edit mode? Edit mode is draw mode. So you're right on it. It's right here. Am I understanding the question? Let me know. But yeah. You know that you're in edit mode because you have like the little window here, like the window or the outline within the window. And to go into edit mode, you just press T. So that's the shortcut for it. So if you don't see that outline here, you know, that's the indication. But if you press T again, you're gonna lose it. So you'll have to like recreate the tool clean your canvas. While sculpting, I had those dark lines appearing on my mesh. Yeah, so that's probably because of the skin shader that you're using. That's pretty, like, you have strong highlight, strong shadows here. Basically, that's what it says. So it's mostly flat shading, and whenever you have a little bit of shadow, like, you highlight it with this. So that's what you're seeing here. Probably, it's just you know, like, you could probably soften this up if you just use a soft brush and yeah, brush over it. It should probably go away. Or you can use also like H polish in negative mode. So if you press yeah, in negative mode here. So is the add or is the sub? Try both. Or trim dynamic, either negative or positive. Usually those are nice tools to help flatten things out and keep it clean. Kind of remove brush strokes and nastiness from the surfaces. But yeah, from what I can see here, that's all it is. It's just it's in the mesh, it's in the sculpt itself. You have some little imperfections, some little bumps, so you just want to flatten those out. And after I filled my object with color, a second identical mesh appeared, and I don't know why. I can move around the head that you see on the left, but the other one just stayed in place all the time. I couldn't. Yeah. So that's what happens when you play around with T. So let's say, let me do it real quick so that you know what I'm talking about. So you just haven't cleaned your canvas, basically. So what happens in ZBrush is whenever you're editing something, let me bring it down here. I don't want to download the new version. Cancel. No, not the right time. All right, so let's say we grab this. Oops. Oh. All right, what's going on with this? Where's the center? There we go. Okay, so we get I don't know what this is. Skeleton, part of the skeleton. So now I have the edge, right? So you see like the little outline on the inside. Now if I press T, what? Switch. Now the outline is gone. So now if I try to rotate, it doesn't work. Now if I try to just drag something, it's just going to create a new tool, right? So that's probably what you're experiencing. Now I just drew the tool. If I press T, I enter edit mode, and now I can undo that. And now I can edit that one. But the one in the back, that one stays there. It's been like pasted on the document. So you can do Control N, and that should get rid of it. And then you should still be able to do whatever you were doing already. So Control N cleans your canvas. And so that's why if you press T again and then try to move, oh no, now you have to create a new tool, because now you can't move this. You can create another one, another one, another one. As long as you don't press T, you're just gonna keep on drawing like this. Can't move any of this. Let's say I want to move this one here. Right after you create it, T, and now you can rotate around this one. Whee! But the other ones remain. It's kind of cool too, because the other ones kind of stay in space, you know. So like part of the mesh kind of goes behind it, and some in front. So it transforms it into 2.5D. That's what they mean. But if I do Control N, it cleans all the garbage, and then you're just left back with your basic tool. So let's close that. Hope that answers it. And after I fill my object with color, second item, yeah, there you go. Hope that answers it. Maria? Let's take a look at these folds real quick. Good references too. Very likely that you'll be using something like this in the future. Yeah, that shirt looks very good. Yeah. If it were me, I would push the the deeper fold some more, like push the values here. It really reads as something that's deep, you know, like a deep fold. And that's kind of how you can illustrate how serious a fold is, how deep it is, or how shallow it is by how dark it gets. Right, so those folds here on top of the sleeves might not be that dark, but the one here separating the sleeve from, or the line here separating the sleeve from the rest of the shirt, like from the torso, that can go a little darker because there's a lot of distance there. But beautiful shading otherwise. Nice. This looks pretty damn good too. Nice folds in here. Yeah, shading looks a little flat, but then again, it does on the reference too. It's just like some things here, like on the inside of the inside of the crotch, you could maybe darken this a bit, so it feels a little deeper, a little rounder, less flat. More cylindrical. When in doubt, you know, just look at the shape. What is it? It's kind of like a cylinder. Shade it like a cylinder. So where's the highlight? The highlight's on this side, so brighter here. As it transitions towards the back of the leg, it's going to be darker and darker. Can do the same thing here. Make it look more 3D. But yeah. Overall, very nice. Moving on to Nevina. So I could see you were busy this week, and I have to tell you that I find very useful your streamings. I'm busy uploading stream replays on YouTube. Yes. Caught up a bit. I've been falling behind after all these years. So I learned so much just from watching it. So thank you for that. Awesome. So this week I decided to apply my anatomy and color theory knowledge to an actual character. Still a work in progress. I did some basic shading and tried out colors I thought would work well. I have like Hulk color palette here. I have in plan to add more details that match with her clothes, as well as details on her hands and feet. Please let me know if please let me know how my succulent girl looks like and what kind of vibe she sends me. Good vibes. Anybody that gives me something must be good. Thank you for this. Gimme. Yeah, nice proportions, nice shading. Maybe the balance a little off, like she would seem like she'd probably fall on her face. Maybe like you could probably just rotate her as a whole, like rotate the whole character that way to fix that. Kind of a cheap way to do it. Or you could just move the legs on their own. And once again, sorry about my nasally voice. It's just allergies. It's bothering me too. So we just want to, just center the legs more in relationship to her core. Like the center of mass here, the torso, that's the heaviest part. This, and actually that's not true, like the thighs and like the lower body here, like this area, that's the heaviest. The head is pretty heavy too. So you want to make sure, always that this mass here, if it were held up by like a tiny stick, that it wouldn't fall either way. Like it wouldn't fall this way, it wouldn't fall that way. So that stick here, those are the legs. So if the stick is a little too much on the side here, well, then it's already falling. One thing I'm noticing here, center of mass a little off. So we want to bring the legs forward a bit more. This way. Otherwise, nice proportions. Like I said, nice shading already. So like the colors are not wrong. I think it's just maybe too saturated overall, like too much of the same everywhere. I think you could maintain something that's similar, but maybe have a little bit of a gradient in there, so that it's not just the same green everywhere. So maybe having a little bit more blue to the green, adding a little more blue to the green down here in the legs, and maybe a little bit more yellow towards the top to kind of push the gaze of the viewer towards the warm spot. So let's try to isolate her from the background. Has anybody ever clicked on this? Seriously, has anybody ever purchased WinZip? Never once in my life. Why? What was I saying? Yeah, so let's isolate this background here. Select all the black. Invert and Control J. All right, so now there she is. Oops, grab the text along with that. I didn't want this. Shoo. All right. So now that she's isolated, let's gradient her up. So a little bit of yellow for the top here. Overlay mode. Let's see what we get with that. All right, that's pretty saturated. Let's first desaturate her a little bit, because when we add overlay, it's going to saturate the colors a bit more too. So let's start with something that's a little bit less saturated to begin with, so that we end with something that's just right. There we go. Not too crazy, just a little bit. The legs, a little bit of blue. Darker. There we go. So now there's a slight gradient. See the difference? Ah, the eyes is pushed towards the top of the character. Magic. Yeah. And now that kind of solves the saturation issue. Like maybe it seems like she's wearing a wig because the contrast between the two here is pretty intense. So maybe you could do something similar. You know, it's pretty saturated again, the hair. So maybe just desaturate that and maintain the saturation in the highlights only. And by desaturating the shadows, they kind of take this cooler tint in comparison to the highlights. So yeah, just controlling the saturation here. And I think already that helps. So mostly just saturation and warmth distribution. I think that helps. Yeah, and then just anatomy wise, like this pad seems a little out of perspective. You know, I feel like looking at the distance here is a little shorter. So first sign that indicates that maybe this is a little too high. Can shave off some of that mass. Tiny details, but I hope that helps. I think this is on the right track, and it'd be nice to I know that you're not done with the clothes or anything, but maybe like a few folds in here might look nice. Maybe you were planning on it, because right now it feels a little flat. But you could have some nice folds in here, some nice cool shading just to match the rest of the shading that's already pretty lifelike. So that's all I got for you, Nevina. Very nice. Oh, that helps. Moving on to Louisa. All right. Okay. A few more head studies. Struggling with drawing the spheres, the form of the heads, and then place the eyes correctly. Let's see. Well, number one, it looks like a head, so we cleared the first hurdle. This is pretty good. Yeah, definitely the struggle is more with the just the basic shape of the head, so just keep practicing that. To be honest, there's not much else you can do, but it's not bad at all, you know. It's also pretty spot on. If anything, like just like the eyes here, maybe a little too high. Like the eyebrow line would probably be, just judging by the position of the nose here, like this line here, not quite right. I think it would be more like this, more angled this way. And so as a result, like the eyebrow line would be slightly lower. But if it were, this head would work very nicely. Just gotta shift the nose down a bit. Then yeah, you have your eyes here. Eyebrows. Ooh, that's a nice face. For the amount of details, at least. Yeah, from the side here is just the neck connection. You know, like you'll want the neck to kind of stem out from the skull, not the jaw. So have it continue here. As long as you can continue that line, like a nice continuous line, then you're good. And in the front here, you're gonna get the larynx, and then kind of plugs in the heads. So that's gonna be a more accurate neck. So push it back, continue that line here, larynx, and then the rest of the neck. So yeah, good to see that you're adding the neck though. So just gotta fix the positioning, positioning of it, and then you'll be all good. Yeah, in here it's like, I'm not sure, like what are these smaller squares inside? Eyebrows, eyes. Your nose looks good though. Your nose in different angles. That's a nice nose. Nice 3D nose. Very well constructed. But yeah, for the eye socket, just the roof, and then the eyes right there in the crater of it, and then up here it's just gonna be like the underside of the eyebrows, the ceiling. Oh yeah, so the eyes are probably too close together in that case. So yeah, like in her case, you're right, like that would be kind of like the eye socket. Could be something like that. And then eyeballs would be somewhere around here towards the top of the eye socket. And when you add the lids on top, like you're left with something like this. Just a little lower, like I think you're cramming them a little too close to the roof here. of the eyebrows. Just pull them down a bit and then spread them apart a little more. Make sure there's an eye width distance in between the two, like this one here. Eye, another eye, and then the third eye. So not too far off, just a little bit more space, a little bit lower, so that there is enough distance between the eyebrows and the actual eyes. But that's it, you know. Other than that, your constructions are good. They're just a little shaky, but that's, you know, that's a problem that's going to go away with time. Not a big concern. But yeah, like the way that you did the noses, you crushed it. Like these are really, really good. The nose is hard to draw in perspective, especially with all the detail that you added. This holds up very nicely. Here too. Yeah, those are really good. It's really just the eyes that are a little more off. But that's it. What the hell, Suiza? Can you measure where the eyes should go? I used the measurement from the class, but I think I messed up some. Yeah. So halfway point here. So to draw to find where the thirds are going to be, like I always try to like consider there's like a box on the inside. So it's gonna be about this high here. So you can add another length of that for the chin. Chin right about here. Continue the side of the face. Kind of shave off a little bit of that circle. Connect the dots. My chin's not really centered. There we go. Alright, ears. So this is the eyebrow line. Up here, the top line, that's going to be the eye, the hairline. Unnecessary if you're like, if you're me. And then the lower line here, the lower thirds. Where was it? Was it right here? So that's the nose. So 1/3. This halfway point, but like 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? So the lower third here, that's going to be the nose. Chop the last third in half. That's going to be where the mouth is, and you chop that not quite in half, but let's just say it's in half. So like right about here, maybe a little higher than half. You know, a little less there. But that's where the eyes would land on that line. So you have the eyebrows here and eyes on that line. Help! And now we have beautiful character. But those are the proportions. So if you look at this from above, you know, it's going to be slightly different because this is going to be a curved line now. So let's say this was the eyebrow line right here. Your eye line will be, and this is like the nose line. Then you have your chin here, mouth. So that line here, right in between. So the nose, eyebrows. We're going to do the same thing. Trace one that's kind of halfway in the middle. Maybe a little higher. Although with the perspective here, you might want to trace it a little lower in this case. So, eye, and eyebrows. So yeah, about halfway in between. That usually should work pretty well in most cases. Oh, that helps. So we're at the 2-hour mark, so let's take a little break. Let's take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich. I'll be right back in a short little while. Let's resume the feedback with what's up? So I wanted to do more illustration concepts, but I got occupied on a character. I tried the scales, but I wasn't able to save it. Regardless, here are the changes for the character. What do you think of the 4th revision concept? This is good enough. I can no longer think of something I can add to the design except changing or adding some things to the staff. Alright. Ooh. Oh, hello. You did good. That's good. That's really good. Uh-oh. Moko's angry. Yeah, color-wise. Anyways, let's see what the rest of the text here is about. So I didn't put the details on the colored version except on the face. So color palettes. Which one is the best? Let's think of making our magic to be either light, fire, water, some kind of spatial magic. If I ever make a fire or water magic, do I need to change the color palette again? And since the hair color will be warm, I was thinking of making the skin color a bit colder. You can do that for sure. But you can also just... What the hell is that weird noise? But you can also just make the outfit more blue. That's another way to to solve that color balance issue. Yeah, let's take a look at some feedback. Anyways, which one would I pick? I really like the contrast, you know, that the shoulders create. That's super cool. It's a nice touch. Like, it brings the eyes up here right away. Very, very nice. I love this character. This is a beautiful character. I think he did a fantastic job. Let's go with a process of elimination. I don't fancy this one as much. It's too dark. It's like hard to see the different colors in here. And overall, it just reads as all black outfit. Not as much of a fan of this one. Yeah, I'm constantly kind of drawn to this one here. I like this. The gray one, nah, pass on that. I like the white too. White and yellow and blue, you know, this is a good combo. It's like the heal, excuse me, the healer kind of holy color palette that you see a lot in like games or mangas and stuff like that. I like this a lot. I'm not sure which one. I think I don't know. I think I like this. I just don't like the presentation. Like, the background's too dark, but we can't, like, the staff here kind of gets lost. The arm gets lost too. So the lighter background I think would work better for this. But yeah, kind of a toss between those two. I'm not exactly sure, but I think either of those would work. It depends on like the material. Like, maybe make this a little lighter. Yeah, so maybe I would do that. Like, maybe overall, like the blue, just like crank up the values a bit. But you could do that with the shading too. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I really like this one here. Like, the red, I think gives us a nice balance. So it's mostly warm colors, right? And then you have accent and the blue colors as the ones that are more rare, that attract the eyes more. So it's, in a sense, maybe more effective to guide the eyes to the focal point of the character. So yeah, I think I have a slight preference for this one. But presentation, yeah, same idea. It's a little too dark, the background, so kind of lose the character silhouette. But just talking about the character, this one by a little bit, like it wins for me. But yeah, you choose. I think her staff could be maybe a little more interesting. Did you say something about that? Yeah. So you also pointed out the same thing. See, I don't think you would need to add anything else to her. You know, like if she's with the shading and everything, or the different material qualities that you're gonna paint on top of that, if you do. Excuse me. I don't think she needs anything more than that. But the staff, yeah, staff may be a little boring. You know, more. It feels 2D. There's not a whole lot of volume to it. So maybe like this shape here, maybe you can accentuate that, like make it more striking, but kind of the same idea. So then you can like embellish the connection here where it attaches the tip of it. Maybe some I don't know, something on the staff here. Maybe some, I don't know. Maybe you don't need anything. Yeah, maybe like add some thickness to this, perhaps, or vary the width at different places. So maybe down here it's kind of thicker, and then it gets thinner towards the top. I don't know, almost like a wedge, you know. So I like the shape, you know. It's like curvy, kind of like everything else, flows nicely with the, just like with the hair. Yeah, just maybe make it more intricate. That doesn't look so 2D, so flat. But everything else though, man, it came out real nice. It's a beautiful character. Crushed it. I am impressed. Moving on to Alexandra. So, I've been feeling very well for the last couple of days. Alright, well, good to know that you're feeling better. So I had to skip last week's class and I wasn't able to finish much work either. I did manage to add some more details on the robot and fix the arms. Although, how does it look now? How does it look now? See. All right, so before. Awesome, thanks for including that. After, ooh, yes. Ooh, much better. Hello. Oui. Yeah, that's a lot better. Feels a lot more real, you know, like a lot more believable. Yeah, that's awesome. I like it a lot. So what else? So I think like the version with clothes could definitely be improved, but it's mostly going to be like how the shirt kind of falls on the shoulders, you know, like strange that it would be so square where we know that this is in fact like a ball, and there's probably not going to be a whole lot of like this is a small point of tension, so like the fold will be pretty concentrated here towards the top and like, you know, flare out a lot. So yeah, I think fold would be kind of like the next place to look at, and like make sure that like this edge here kind of feels like it's poking through poking through the shirt. Actually, looking at this here, maybe you could add a little thickness there, like on the inside. Thickness for everything is always better. So just like this sheet of metal, it's not paper thin. Maybe it can just be like some rubbery buffer thing, like a grommet. Yeah, same idea here. If you can somehow introduce a little bit of thickness for these plates, just so that they're not as thin as paper. Like in the back here, if we can, instead of having kind of like this shape for the leg, right? So you got kind of like this container. Instead, what if you have this instead? So some thickness to it. Yeah, we're talking about the folds, just going back to that, like in here, like the shirt, like maybe that you wouldn't have like this, the fabric accumulating here, because he doesn't have much, you know, it's kind of pretty straight from here down, all the way down, but, oh yeah, you did, okay, I see. So you did kind of follow the silhouette here, or the volume underneath, so that's nice. I didn't see that initially. Right on, yeah, so your highlights, I guess, then no problem here. I think it'd still be, you know, just a matter of kind of arranging the folds around something like this. Making it feel a little more organic, like the fabric's really deforming around this hard surface. Structure. But it's mostly in the jacket, like the pants are good. And then color-wise, maybe I'd brighten up the pants a bit, just so that we can see the folds better and like the little bit of shading that you have, because we can't really see a whole lot right now. Go. Now we can see the pants. But yeah, so going back to the colors, like as I was saying, so this color here. No, not that one. No. I would either tint it more towards blue or warm it up, so that you don't get the pukey green. Pukey green is one to avoid. Like this color is much better already. The light pukey green is miles better. Can you see that? So if that was the color that it shows everywhere, I wouldn't have nearly as much problems with it. But just avoid like the saturated dark black green. That's never hot. Yeah, either this or you just saturate it, so you go towards more reddish, orangish for your shadows. One or the other. Oh my god, Hannah. No. Prove it. I don't believe you. I don't believe a sane person could live in a room painted in this color. Impossible. You're lying. That's all I got for you, Alexandra. I think that's way better. It's a really cool character. I would maybe like look into like just to spice up the design. It can be simple things like adding maybe like some cool trims to the shirt, or it could be just like a cool logo, like something that's striking, like a bold logo. Or maybe just look at like fashion magazines, you know, for men. They always have like some interesting patterns maybe that you could have on the pants, or maybe just like turning these pants into the, you know, like martial arts kind of pants, maybe with like little strings that kind of come in, or like just regular sweatpants, whatever. And just the strings, you know, adds a little bit already. Yeah, it could be trims here on the sleeves. That's a slightly different color. Maybe on the inside of the jacket, maybe that's also a different color. Just to make it a little bit more intricate, but you have a fantastic base for that, so. Oh, that helps, Alexandra. Very nice. All right, moving on to Sam. Sam. What's up? I think it's the first time that I see something from you, right? Welcome aboard. And yeah, having a good weekend so far. I'm reviewing some art. How could I not? So I'm having troubles with balancing composition with characters. I'm pretty okay with composition when it comes to landscapes, but when a character is in the main focus, I get so confused. When I drew this, I used what I previously learned from the composition lecture and lighting and shade. I think this is okay for a first try and multiple new skills. My question is, oh god. Yeah, that green is not so bad. I'm okay with that, but whoa. But if there were like this green, then that's not even that bad. Add more black to it. Like if it were this color, then I would have serious concerns. Because that's disgusting. But like lighter, less saturated, with a little bit less black in it, I can pass. That can be tolerable. You guys, you need to find better paint. Alright, back to this. How do you balance composition when there's more than one character that isn't the center of the canvas, so there's just idling in the characters? Alright, so when you introduce characters to environments, there's always going to be something that attracts more attention, right? So it's relative. So anything that, you know, you put a bunch of stuff, a bunch of similar things in the same room or on the same table, and then you have one of these things be slightly bigger, slightly smaller, just anything that's slightly different from the rest, people will look at it first and be like, that one's odd. This stands out from the group. And so that's always the case. So regardless, you have environments. If it's just environments, it'll be the same idea. So something in your environment will stand out more than the rest. When you have characters in your environment, usually that character is going to stand out more than the rest, and so that will become the focal point. Doesn't need to be, you know, if the character is small enough that it doesn't stand out, it doesn't yell, you know, doesn't have as much visual weight, then that's still fine, and you can still put the emphasis on something that's part of the environment. and a character can just be kind of there as a support element. But that usually has to do with the size of things. So if your character is pretty big in a frame, usually people will look at that first, and then the background will take up the role of the secondary element. So how do you balance the composition when there's more than one character? Well, yeah, I mean, the same principle still applies. And if there's more than one character, one of those characters is going to take up the role of the leads. The other ones will take up the role of the support cast. And if you learn how to control that, right, learn how to use visual elements to your advantage, and how to put the emphasis on certain things and not other things, then you can guide people this way. You can tell them, no, this is the one I want you guys to pay attention to first, and then that one, and then that one, and then that one. If you don't really pay attention to any of that, and you just draw a bunch of characters in the scene, then maybe one of the support character, in your mind at least, that for other people will become the main character, and so they'll look at something, like they'll focus on something else than what you initially planned. And so So yeah, you just got to figure out the order in your head, like which is more important, what you want people to look at first, and then use different types of contrast to attract the eyes to that position, and then take away contrast from the others so that they don't stand out as much in comparison. And then how do I balance the background more without taking the eye away from the main character, but at the same time not leaving the background as blank as this? Yeah, so whenever you have characters in the background, again, characters are going to be very strongly commanding attention, and so you can do a lot of stuff in the background and not break that relationship. You know, the background will take up the role of the background usually when you have something that's in the foreground. So you still want to keep in mind though different types of contrast. So when I say contrast, you know, I talk about contrast in values, you know, so dark and light colors, having those two right next to one another. You know, for example, let's say we start with like something that's gray. Let's say we have something like this, and then you draw two circles in here, one like that, one like that. All right, there's a little bit of contrast, and we can tell them apart from the background. But what attracts more attention, that, or let's try to make them the same size. Actually, let's even make them smaller. What attracts more attention? What commands more attention? This, right? It's because there's more contrast. That's it. It's even smaller, but it still has more weight visually, just because the contrast is much higher. So contrast in values, contrast in saturation, same idea. Contrast in like cool versus dark colors, warm colors, cool versus warm. Contrast in it can be contrast in patterns. So if maybe something has a lot of patterns, something's very noisy, and something doesn't have any patterns, something's like clean surfaces. The busier patterns will attract more attention because it's just more stuff to look at. It can be contrast in order. You know, let's say you have a bunch of let's say you have a pattern like this, and then you have one that's like this. That's contrast. The attention is drawn here because that's different. This contrasts with the other ones. So any kind of contrast. And so when you don't want to attract attention to the background, don't have too much contrast there. You can have a good amount, but always make sure that it's less than whatever you have in the foreground. That's more important. So yeah. Anyways, let's look at the art. So right now, you know, like a lot of my attention, I'll tell you exactly what happens with my eyes as I look at this. A lot of my attention is drawn to this area, just because there's a lot of contrast here. You know, you have really dark values here, and then very bright values up here. Bright always wins because it's light, you know, like we're always drawn to the light. And so yeah, so the eyes go there for me right away. So if this is the most important part of the painting, great. If this is the most important part, then there's some readjustment to make here, some adjusting in the contrasts. So let's say we want to put the emphasis on this guy here real quick. We'll want to kill the contrast in the background, so we can do that by just making it a little darker. So instead of this super bright lava, maybe it's going to be slightly darker lava. Maybe it's way darker. Maybe it's almost black. Almost solid. And then instead you'll see like just the cracks in the rocks as the highlights, as whatever makes this brighter. Yeah, something in my eye. Beautiful. Beautiful patterns. So that's what I'm trying to, let me try to find a reference for that. Lava flow. Yeah, there we go. And that kind of stuff, you know? So like the rock on the surface kind of hardening up, and then you see kind of through it, like in the cracks, you see like the liquid rock, the molten rock. So instead of it being all liquid, it's mostly all hard, and then we can kind of see the crack through it. Anyways, just finding ways to, you know, to darken the background, reduce the contrast. It's not the only method. We could probably do something else, but that's the first one that came to mind, so let's do that. And then for this guy here to stand out some more. There's not a whole lot of contrast on his face, so his entire face mostly dark. So one way to bring out this, bring this out in the composition, make it pop some more. You can just brighten everything. Get a little more contrast here in the face. The nose catching the light more, the cheeks catching more of the light. Chin too. Looks like your grandpa now. Same thing here. Muscle definition, and the eyes themselves, maybe they glow a little bit. Why not? Make it stand out. Boom. Let's do hard light. Maybe a little more. Let's punch up the highlights on this guy. It really stands out. Or whatever. Let's just go crazy. Super bright light coming from here. Let's just say there is such a thing. And so now all his highlights gonna be super contrasting. This is way too much, but it's just to illustrate kind of the idea. Now if you look at this real quick, what stands out the most? The focus is back on this guy, no? A little more. Because now he's got a lot of contrast. Dark values, really bright values. Cool colors, really warm colors. Super saturated here. And then you lose a little bit of saturation here in the shadows, so a lot of contrast and saturation. So that's kind of how you play with the different elements in the scene. It's all about contrasts. And how you manage that contrast, how you give more of it to things that are important, and you take it away for things that don't deserve it. Hope that makes sense. Moving on to Nikki. Hey, this guy's almost as ripped as I am. Right on. Nikki, so I'm currently working on term 3 anatomy, and I have been practicing identifying and drawing the dorsal muscles. Am I on the right track with how the muscles are shaped and where I've placed them? The areas where I feel I have the most trouble are the serratus anterior and the back rotator cuff muscles. Right on. Let's see. Well, first glance looks very good. Very good. Let's see if we can improve this a little bit. But first, let's take a look at this exercise here. Oui, très bien, très bien. Yeah, and this guy, like, he's so ripped, you know, that you can see the scapula through the skin, like this line here. That's the spine of the scapula. Or actually, maybe the scapula is probably like right in the hole right there. That little bump's probably just the mass, the volume of the trap. But yeah, scapula right here. So yeah, shoulder attaches right there. You're right. The posterior head, the middle head. And here we have teres major, minor, and infraspinatus. All well identified on these photos. Nailed it. Yeah, and this guy's got this skeleton is a little weird. So not anatomically correct. So something to keep in mind. You know, that's not a good skeleton. Whoever modeled this needs to study anatomy a little more. But yeah, those this is way too short. I think you'd want at least this much. What's the relationship that I usually use? It's about like the height of the scapula is about half of the length of the humerus. So humerus should be about the half of that. So not exactly, sometimes a little smaller, but it's a good landmark to remember. Usually that will look pretty good. And he's got a very, or she's, is it a he? No, that's a he. Got a pretty tall hip bone. But yeah, that rib cage is pretty round, you know. Usually that'll be a little longer. Not as wide. And definitely longer than this. But anyways, considering that, you did very good. Because yeah, you're not working with a lot of scapula back here to be able to draw this. You don't have a whole lot of space, so that explains why. But he identified it well though. Like, this looks great. Back muscles look good. Front looks good. I think you have the right idea with the serratus muscle. Like, the serratus muscle did, you have the scapula here. And it, like on the inside here, that's where it attaches to the serratus muscle. That's where it starts. So like when you move your scapula, you're moving your serratus muscle too. But it's good, you know. It lines up with all of the ribs. No problem here. It reaches far enough in the front and then kind of meshes with the obliques in the front. Honestly, really not much to say here. The only thing I'll point out is maybe just the length of the delt, but you did good job still. You know, it's just like maybe here I'd have it stop a little sooner. And from the side here, like the shoulder would probably be, let's do it again here. So the shoulder will kind of start here. Go down about the halfway point, so that's your middle head, the front head here, halfway, and the halfway point of the clavicle, going towards the front of the body, and back here along the spine of scapula. That would be like good shape for the delt. So what we can see here is that the front and the back portion of the deltoid are a little higher than the middle head. So that would be kind of like the only thing I would do here. Lower that. Have the traps kind of creep in a little lower. And have that head a little higher. A little lower. And then these two a little higher. and how they insert on the humerus as well. So a little higher here, a little lower there. Other than that, that's beautiful. Good stuff, Nikki. You got it, Sammy. Sweet dreams. Liviu. All right, Liviu. I had a little bit of a censoring pass to do here. Trying to bamboozle me and get me banned from Facebook. So I've been trying to work on my gestures, poses, and anatomy this week, trying to improve my ability to construct bodies, move a bit faster, and get muscles and limbs to look right, and stuff to look right. That's always good. Honestly though, I seem to be getting slower instead of faster. However, I'm hoping that the above is enough to be able to see where my weaknesses are. Alright, so another thing to keep in mind, like when you look at the grand scheme of things in like your art progression, it's rarely going to be like a straight line up, It's rarely like that. It's going to be more like the stock market. So you go like and because a lot of different things influence your progress, how fast you progress. So it can be just state of mind that has a huge impact, just how motivated you are, how hungry you are any given day, how much time you have, of course, and you don't always have as much time, so your progression over time, it's not going to be like that. Like I was saying, it's going to be more like the trend's going up. But if you were here at some point, you're like, yeah, I got good, and then later, like a month or 2 months later, you're down here like, what the hell's going on? I'm going down. Oh my god, this is not working. It's just like you have to back off a bit and look at the overall trends, and you'll see every time you practice something, you get better, you get a little faster at something. So just keep that in mind. And just the difficulty also of the reference can make a big difference. Like this, I wouldn't have a good time drawing this. That's a tricky pose to get. You can't really rush it too much. Like a lot of foreshortening, so a lot of computations, a lot of you need a lot of neurons to get to work to make this happen. Like I would think this one is probably a lot easier. So yeah, those are not that's a hard pose, really hard. This one is tricky just to get the legs right, the right length. This one's a lot easier. Yeah, so anyways, what the hell? New art challenge for the students. I'm planning to make it Eurovision themed, and would love if you could once again offer your social media shares and press. Hell yeah! If you guys, every time you guys want to do a contest, I'm all in. I'll be watching. All right. Hell yeah! Do it. You have my blessings. Beautiful. It's like I was born for this. So yeah, also like when you practice these, I think I mentioned this was the last week or the one before. But gesture drawing, there's a warm-up phase too at the beginning of every session. It's still true for me to this day. So like the first couple ones that I'm gonna draw usually like in a longer session, they're not gonna be that great compared to the later ones. So that's another thing, you know, like yes, you can be bummed by those that you do at the beginning of the session, but towards the end, as the engine's warmed up and as the creative juices are flowing a little more, usually you tend to get better with time, just in the span of a short session. That's something else to keep in mind. But let's look. Nice gesture here. You could push it more though. Like she's very curved. And like for everybody that keeps saying like, your back can't bend like this. Yes, it can. The back can bend a lot. So I've had this comment many times. You know, a lot of the characters I used to do when I was younger, everybody complaining, there's no way the back can bend this way. Well, there it is. See? It's like 90 degree. But it's less on yours. So it's gesture. Make it more than 90 degree. Make it like bam. And you probably want the leg to be a little further back here, just to maintain the center of balance. But it looks good though. Nice shapes. Nice lines, not too hairy. Confident enough. Confidence comes through. Yeah, construction looks good. Very good. Yeah, it's a great exercise too. A really, really good exercise. Starting with the gesture and then making sense of it. Kind of redrawing it again, but like a cleaned up version. And then, I mean, the polished pass, that's more for fun. Like if you were like working on anatomy, like drawing the muscles on this, then yeah, that'd be a really good exercise. I recommend that. You know, that's a really good one to add. So instead of just shading, just like draw the muscle. Like whatever. Yeah, like the shoulder goes here, and then the chest muscle here, and you got your serratus anterior muscle, and then your obliques, and then your abs on the front, and then your gluteus medius, gluteus maximus, serratus, tensor fasciae lata, and then you build it up like this. And the more you do this, the more shading will come easier. So you don't even need to practice shading. By just practicing the anatomy, like just practicing on this kind of stuff, your shading will level up big time. As a result, it's because you'll have a clearer sense, clearer image of the volumes in your head, different muscles and how they interact. But these are really good, man. So I don't know what you're complaining about. You're crazy. Yeah, like what I'm looking at the most are the first two steps. That's the most important. And they're very good. Yeah, your gesture maybe could be a little bit more gestury, but proportions are good. Pose is solid. Characters feel mostly grounded. Balance, like I was gonna, not grounded, but mostly balanced, except this one here. Yeah. That one came out awesome. Really good. Maybe chest a little too high. You know, that would drop it a little more. But they're really good. Yeah. So I've already mentioned my recommendation. Drawing the actual anatomy on here like it's a photo, and then you're just drawing the anatomy, trying to make sense of it, especially in different angles, like in difficult angles like this. Oh, you're gonna get a lot from this, because you'll have to just look at it from different angles and like really trying to make sense of it. That's when you learn the most. But you know, these are great. Going from this to this, hell yeah, perfect. yeah, like the brushes that you use and like to shade that kind of stuff, that it's just a style thing, so it's your preference. There's no good answer for this. But yeah, overall the shading is good. You know, that's nice. Nice control of the shading. It's nice and soft enough. It reads well. It's aesthetic. It doesn't feel too blotchy. All right. Moving on to Carl. So decided to wait with a 3D for the wait for the 3D class for now. So instead, here are some arms. Hands are up next. Hands are up. Yes, indeed. He's raising his hand. Hands are up next. Got it. Avoid what? I feel like I'm just copying to these shapes on. When I draw the muscles on from microhampton. Don't draw. No, look at real anatomy. Don't look at a drawing of a muscle. Look at the real muscle. So try to find a. Yeah, just like real anatomy drawings. Or best, you know, if you can find like a 3D model that you can rotate around, so that you can see the muscles from different angle. Let's say, even if it's a character that's like this, if you need to see the arm that's foreshortened, then just rotate it in the right angle. But yeah, look at real anatomy. What is this? Why? Yep, it's it almost works too well. No. Well done. One brush, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stalling Liviu. Try to find muscles that are not in the same position. So the best is when you don't have the best reference for muscles. Like when you have to investigate a little bit, like when you have to dig, you're like, all right, so this connects where? Huh? Then you find another ref, you're like, oh, okay, so this goes over there, and then this is when it really sticks. So yeah, Michael, like that guy's book, it's pretty good. Just to get a simplified version of what the muscles could be like. But I prefer to just study the real muscles. When you're this focused on them, like as like a construction thing, something to speed up the process, sure, you know, like it's good to simplify things. But when you're down to the individual muscles, just draw the real muscles. Like, Kevin, I didn't design Tracer. Like Tracer was a long. I worked on 3 versions of Tracer before she was called Tracer. So at the beginning, you know, that was supposed to be like an MMO, right? So there were classes instead of individual characters. So Tracer was not a thing. Instead, she was just a jumper class, and they would have all this kind of aesthetic. So the jumpers they were very similar. Like the hero jumper that everybody that we worked on at first. That was the first character too. Tracer was the first character ever worked for the Overwatch project. Yeah, she was pretty similar to that. It's just that at first, you know, it kind of sucked. It was super simple and nothing crazy. But no, the real design, like the final design, was done by Arnold Sang, who's I think he's now associate art director on the project or something like that, or maybe art director by now. Who knows? No, he's the one that designed Tracer the character trace. I just modeled it for Heroes of the Storm. And my good friend Renaud Galland made the version, the official version for Overwatch. Is your work in my work at Blizzard, did you only have to know how to use Photoshop and ZBrush? Well, I was a 3D artist at Blizzard, right? So I joined as a concept artist. In title, at least, like on the offer, I was a 3D artist, so that was weird. But yeah, I got in as a concept artist first. So I did that for a couple months, and throughout the rest of my career there too, like left and right, a little bit of 2D sprinkled in, but mostly it was 3D characters. So no, it's a lot more than Photoshop and ZBrush. It's I mean, it's gonna be the same programs that I mentioned on like my ultimate career guide for 3D artists in my store. If you want to check it out, like my QBrush store, all the software that I mentioned there, those are the ones that we would typically use. So there's like about 6-7 of them, a few. So decided to wait till the 3D class for now. So instead, here are some arms. All right, I already read that. That came out really good. Really good. Something else then, something that I'd probably have to like add in a class, but I think it helps, is like having this line kind of continue into the abdominal group, because it does in reality, you know, like there's connective tissue here and like all of that. Like usually we don't see the abs that much, it's all covered by connective tissue, and that connective tissue is the one from the chest, so it kind of continues into the abdominal group here. So that's like nice continuous slope. And in your case here, maybe making the chest a little longer, a little taller. Again, keeping in mind that the pectoralis majors typically, unless you're like super buff and like it's like bubbling out of your chest, but usually it'll be taller than it is wide. So if we take this shape here, that would be a little closer to reality. And then you can kind of compress the abs underneath. Maybe do that first. On the right layer. There you go. Alright. Shorter abs. Longer chest. There we go. Now we're in business. Looks very good otherwise. I would make maybe the shoulders a little bigger, just in comparison to the rest, because you know it's pretty big. He's got big arms, but tiny shoulders in comparison. So maybe just beefing those up, so that it is the bigger part of the arm, right up here. Just that from the front it doesn't look that way. Yeah, this looks great. Really nice. Really nice. That's all I got for you. If you want to work at Blizzard, suggest that I learn 3D modeling. No, not at all. Like again, my title was a character artist, right? So I was part of the character artist team. And most of my time there, I cranked out 3D characters. So we would get the concept from the first team I was on. Most of them would be from Arnold, and sometimes be concept from the other concept artists. But we would get it from them, and then we're like, all right, so this is the concept. Now I need to make a 3D character out of that. That looks like it's in a Blizzard game. So oh, okay, it's just family coming back. I hear noise. The only one here is Moko. Everything's under control. So then it's just our job then to translate the 2D image into something that fits in the game, something that looks 3D but that looks like all the other 3D assets. And so typically that's gonna be one job, and like normally artists don't do 2D. So I was maybe like an anomaly in that sense, that I was doing both sometimes, but usually it's you do 2D only, like only characters, only concepts. So it could be concepts for the characters and like the props. And at Blizzard, it's you design pretty much everything. So character artists, everything that has to do with the characters, like the weapons, the props that they have, all of that is done by the character artist, character concept artist. And you have environment artists too, environment concept artists. And the same idea for 3D too. So if you want to do 2D, don't worry about 3D. Don't need any of it. Just get your 2D skills up there. That's what you want to do. If you wanted to be a 3D artist, then that's a different thing, but and something that's good to keep in mind, like I'll keep I'm stalling too much here, but something that's good to keep in mind also is that for, at least that's my experience, right? So it's not always like that. But in my experience, the stream dead now? Here we go. In my experience, the ratio between character artists, concept artists for characters and 3D artists for characters is about 1 to 4. So 1 concept artist for 4 3D artists. 1 concept artist for 4 3D artists, exactly. So more positions available. Something to keep in mind. But don't go and think that there's not enough spots, like enough positions open. That's never the case. There's always a few positions open, and they just don't have enough talented people to fill them up. So it's really hard to find good people. that's like, they could find artists that are not too far, but usually, you know, there's standards, and they're like, no, we need artists that can deliver up, like from here and up, nothing below that. And so a lot of people just, they apply, and even though the position is open, they don't get in just because they're not high enough, they're not up there enough. So yeah, don't go and think that there's no jobs at all in 2D or in 3D. Plenty of jobs around. It's just you gotta bring the skills up, and then if you do, there's no competition, not very little competition. So I finished this illustration. I wanted to know, what's your opinion on it? What do you think of the composition, anatomy, background, and things like that? So going back to this, like, so it's a battle against yourself. It's not so much against other people, because other people, they're not cutting it, so they don't get the job either. So it's just, you have to make sure that you get good enough for them. That's all you have to worry about. Pointless to worry about other people. Now that you do, I'm just saying, in general. So I finished this illustration. I wanted to know, what's your opinion on it? What do you think of the composition, anatomy, background, and things like that? Also, if there's any other kind of mistakes that I didn't see, please tell me. Walking, you got it. All right. Nice background. So I don't know if you painted that one, but looks nice. Maybe just a blurry anime background. I don't know. Looks good. Nice colors for those greens. Character looks quite nice too. Like the top of the body, at least. I think it's just a little unclear what's going on with the legs. And also, you always try to avoid cutting at the ankle. So if you're gonna chop a body part, chop it in between the two joints, you know. So don't like, let's say, don't crop the hand out, just the hand. Crop half of the forearm and the hand out, if you must crop it out. So in here, cropping the feet only, I'd advise against that, you know. What looks better, cropping half of the calf also, it doesn't look that good, you know. A better cut for this would be half thighs. So if that was your composition, I think that would work a lot better. Either that, or you draw the whole thing. You draw the feet and give it enough space in the canvas to, like, who knows how this works, but, and then extend the canvas enough that the feet don't like touch the canvas. There's enough of a buffer area there. So yeah, probably easier to just chop her here. Chop her. Oh, okay. So okay, cool. That's like a double lens. I see. I think like the angle of it is not selling that too well. I like the idea though. That's a cool device. I wish like it was more like that, you know, so you can like see both sides well. Making sure we're holding it maybe in this angle. That's a bitch to redraw though, so I don't know. But yeah, the first thing that stands out to me is definitely composition, so I would fix that first. So probably that's the easiest thing. If you want to show the lens, you know, if the double lens here is important, then yeah, just extend the canvas a little bit. Maybe that'll give us, you can extend it back here too, maybe a little bit, so that we have a little bit of breathing room in there, and we can see maybe more of the lens. And then like where it reaches the ground here. Or if this is on a separate layer, hopefully it is, but you can kind of rotate it. Like this being the center of rotation, like rotate it that way maybe. We can see more of it. But cute face. Using that recipe quite well. With her skirt, you know, like everything in the scene here is pretty bright. So I would think that there'd be enough lights in here, you know, like the sunlight is lighting up this side of the trees, but the opposite side of the tree is still bright. You know, that's just because of the sun. That's just because of the light of the sky. So there's enough bounce light in your scene to make the leaves, the dark leaves, this bright. Probably is enough light to make the shirt bright enough as well. So I think I will increase the values here so we can see the details better. And yeah, same idea here with all the folds, making those very clear, because there's definitely enough light in the scene here for this to be the case. Yeah, anatomy wise, I think it's all good. With the legs here, maybe that's weird. Like I would need to see like what you had going on under the skirt here. But like this bump here in relationship to the legs seems strange. Maybe not. I don't know. I think there's a huge twist, like a really big twist in her torso here. Maybe that's too much. You know, because it almost looks like... Am I getting this wrong? I think I am, huh? I am getting this wrong. So I thought this was her left leg. I thought this was like a knee. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not a knee. the shading had been this way, that would be more clear. So shading on the legs, because the leg now is shaded like it's like a tube. There's no band at all, and so I got confused. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. All right, so yeah. But here it's just like, yeah, the balance is a bit off, you know. How can this work for her not to fall back? You would need to have probably this leg here kind of supporting the weight, and this one just bent and relaxed in front. Yeah, so a few things, but the most important though, her face and the background, like this area here, very nice, very nice. Just got to bring the rest up to that level. Nice stuff. Walk in. Moving on to Peyton. Whoa. All right, so this week I have a character based on, and by the way, I got your text on IG. I've been recording all day yesterday and the day before, so haven't had time to read it, but I'll get to it. Don't you worry. So this week I have a character based on growth and a character based on starving. Oh no. I'm hungry. I wanted to do something a little unique with growth, where it's basically a gradient of rendering steps. Haven't done the very top yet. I wanted to know if everything looks good with growth, and I already posted starving, so I don't want all the attention to be on it. All right, I see. So like, yeah, you can go from line art and then a little bit of shading and then into colors. That's a cool concept. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the one that you posted already. I love these kinds of skeleton, like the... It reminds me of, what's the name? You know, like the skeleton in Killer Instinct. That's what it reminds me of. The guy with the scimitar. Anyways. That was cool, man. I really like this. I love how you treated the values in here. That works really well. So this, like, toning down the values in the background, so the characters really pop. Like, even though he's kind of, you know, like stringy, pretty thin. He's been on a diet for many years, clearly. But even though he doesn't occupy a lot of space per se in terms of pixels, he still commands a lot of attention because the good amount of contrast that you have on here. So good job managing that. Yeah, the energy is also not getting too much in the way. An energy field or some energy shield or something like that. It's bright, it's in our face, but it doesn't steal the attention away from him. So again, good stuff. Very nice. Cool design too. For sure that's his voice. And then this guy here, this big boy. That looks super cool too. Spinal, there you go. That's the name I was looking for. Thanks, Malcolm. That looks super cool. I have two recommendations. Like one, yeah, the tree, like the tree shape. I think we could work that a little bit better, like treat this chaos in a more orderly fashion. And the only other thing is just like whenever you see like weak support like this, it could be like a house, could be a building, could be anything. whenever the support that you see doesn't seem like in real physics, like in real life, that would work, there's always going to be a little bit of a weird feeling about it. So I'm getting this here. So I think you could solve that easily by just having something that would remind us of like a spine in there. So it could be like just one like solid block on the center and like the core, and then you can have like those stringy things around it, like, you know, that could be kind of like the guts or something. But as long as the spine is there, like the structure to support this mass, I wouldn't question it. Without it though, it doesn't feel like it just seems heavy, you know? Like how the hell can these tiny branches, these tiny vines support that kind of mass? Yeah, love the body. Otherwise, a cool pose, cool balance, proportions are good. I love how you treated like the the muscles, but with organic details instead. That works pretty well. That holds up nicely. And then yeah, so the only other thing, the tree hat. What could we do here? Could be like a, yeah, maybe you could have like the roots kind of starting here, like in between all of these plates. The light here is kind of cool, but maybe that's where like the vines kind of start. And it starts small here, and it cracks in the space in between the plates, and then it grows bigger and thicker, and they all join together to create like the trunk of that tree that can then split up again into branches. Essentially, you know, tree anatomy 101: trunk, roots, branches. The average tree, this is going to be pretty similar to this. Some trees, they have crazy roots, some trees have no roots and crazy branches. Overall, to keep, you know, to make it simple, same amount of branches as you have, or same volume of branches than you have roots. And then yeah, so it's kind of this shape, right? So like pinched in the middle, and then fuzzy, crazy on the edge, on the tips. So same idea here. So the trunk, that brings the structure. This is where the weight is held up, needs to look solid, and then it kind of spreads out into smaller branches. And then on those branches, you can start to add some leaves. But treat it like a real tree, you know, like these bigger branches split out into smaller branches that splits out into, how do you call this, the tiniest branches? I don't know, twigs, something like that. And then yeah, then you can add some leaves to this, like a little bouquet of leaves here, maybe another one here around those branches, and you kind of build it up this way. But always keeping the logic in mind that, you know, branches lead to leaves. So it's not like two separate things, like the leaves not just floating there and then somehow some branches kind of just touching it. It's one growing from the other one. So yeah, I don't think your leaves are going to be the big issue though. You just need to like organize the branches here. So maybe he's got like two on each side. Or maybe he's got like, or maybe his head is like inside the trunk, and like the trunk itself is like this whole thing. It's like a huge cylinder here, you know. And there's an opening on the inside here, and that's where his head is, like a hollowed out trunk. And then the edges of it, they continue, and then they make up the rest of the tree. And he's just kind of like hiding inside the trunk, looking through the little opening. That could be cool. Anyways, well, that helps. Moving on to dinner. Doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good too. During the last 2 weeks, I did still life pencil drawings, worked on profiles, and did a loose, sketchy study. I wonder what's your general opinion on these with the digital painting on the left. I had a hard time with hands. Okay. So that no, I don't think so. Do I? Maybe I do. I don't think so. I don't think I have a dedicated video on that, at least. Maybe like part of another video. But it would be very similar to how I draw grass. So basically focus on, like, the simplest way to think about it is to draw fur. Like, you have to focus on this stuff here on the outside. Silhouette is what matters the most. And then you can have a little bit of detail, like a little bit of fur detail on the edges. But on the center, keep it mostly clean, empty. Maybe you could have like some little holes in it. Suggest that we're looking through the fur, but yeah, pretty bland surfaces, more focus on the edges and the silhouette, and have mostly no detail. Like, think of it as a 2/3 no detail, 1/3 details. Anyways, maybe I'll make a video on that at some point. But back to this here. They're pretty good studies, man. Yeah, that was quite good. The only thing, maybe like, it gets significantly darker back here, so kind of like the overall values, maybe darkening this bit there. You know, like this stuff here. That's good. That's good study. Yes. So this study, I don't know, that's super valuable, you know, because just how many times you're gonna draw this in your life, like a pile of clothes on the ground, pretty rare. But that's good though. That's really good. Like stuff hanging, like a towel hanging. Yeah, you'll do a lot of that probably. Just any clothes any shirt that's hanging, pants that are a little loose, any, like a big sweater, a cape, a cloak, like all of those things could reuse similar folds. So that's a really good study. And that looks pretty damn good. Yeah. Dun, dun. Is this a grid that I see? Try without the grid next time. It's harder, much harder, but it forces you to focus on different things. I like the empty space here in between those two items. The width of them in relation to one another, like how wide this is versus the head here. This one's a little narrower than the entire head. So like you'll have to rely on different things, and that's better. It pushes your observation skills in a better direction to not use a grid to kind of translate what you see here into bigger format. Result is good though. Like that boot, that's a nice looking boot. Yeah, and those faces are they're holding up pretty well too. Yeah, messy, but nice. Like if you squint, you know, to remove kind of like the noise of the brush strokes, the shapes that remain, those are very nice, very accurate. Yeah, I think he did a really good job here. Very messy lines. But really, really good structure to the faces. Very nice. And this one here, the hands. Yeah, it's tricky position. Also, a lot of shadows in here, so it's kind of hard to see what's going on, but I think the main issue is just like the two hands don't feel like they're the same size. That's probably the bigger one, the biggest issue. Like this one feels good, you know, like it feels like you could cover the entire face pretty comfortably. The other one feels really good, like you could probably hold the head as a whole, take it up. Maybe not, but yeah, this hand feels bigger than that one. I think in reality, like this one should be bigger, and this one should be slightly smaller. So yeah, I think it's a combination of those two things. Maybe extending the palm here so that she's got enough of a palm. Big hands, big hands. Maybe like I'm trying to see how far high it goes. Eyebrows, a little below the eyebrows. But yeah, I think if you use this as a guideline, it's a little under that, so that would be kind of like the max length for the fingers. Just a little shorter, I think that would help. And then with the other hand, I was just scaling it down as a whole. I think might be enough. What is that? 5% smaller? 6%? 7%? Not much, but at first, you know, I think that was the thing that stood out to me the most, just the scale difference. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else about it that is clearly wrong. You can look at like the knuckles here, it's like a straight line, straighter line than what you have. Yours is kind of rising. Instead, it'd probably be more like this, but then it makes the fingers look even longer. So that's why you really need to like shave those off up here. Yeah, it's mostly just small proportion issues with the hands. Their anatomy works well enough, I think. Yeah, well, that helps. Moving along to Vika's. You have PTSD because of art war. Nice. Question 1. When will it be safe to post our art war submissions for critique here? After the deadline. So, you know, while judging is going on, I don't think there will be any issues if I commented then, because it'll be, actually no, that's not true. Ask me after the finalists, like the first batch of finalists, like the 30 finalists, after those are selected. After that, I have nothing to do with it. And so after that point, all good, because it's out of my hands. But my vote counts for the finalists, so yeah, just wait after that. And then I did an exercise on prop design below, where I took an environment and tried to come up with a prop that would fit in there. I haven't completely finished the rendering, but the idea is pretty clear, I think. So I wanted to check if the intended environments read and if design looks decent and unique enough. I have to start with treasure chest since it's what's in your class. Yes. Those came out awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that one you can just imagine, you know, there's the rest of the environment so easily. Just like a bunch of sand. Just a sandy desert-like, maybe like an oasis kind of area. That looks good. I like the shading on it too. Nice and kind of soft, like almost feels sandy. Really good job. The only thing that I think you could do better with that one is just the gold. You know, the gold looks like corn. It doesn't look shiny, you know. Like you open this up, you're like, ah, man, that's not a treasure. It's a bunch of chickpeas with some ketchup on it. So yeah, I think just making that shiny, like the sword here, oh, that would go a long way. Red, white. Shiny. Ooh. Oh, you haven't rendered it yet. Well, whatever. Whatever then. Fine. Then there's nothing wrong with it. You're happy now? Yeah, that's really good. Only thing other than nothing really, because you haven't done it yet. So you know where this is going. But the only thing would just be like maybe this cap here. Like this feels maybe small. Like I'm getting it's a pyramid, you know, like a pyramid that's getting increasingly narrower. But like, or maybe it's by design also. I'm just not sure. But feels like when this is closed, that it wouldn't be a pyramid. It'd be more like a something like that. If that's the case, you know, more like a Mayan structure, maybe, where there's a little bit of a ledge there, because that's what it looks like, right? So it looks like the cap here, like the cover is a little smaller than the rest. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's normal. It's just if like would that work? Would that be a good seal? Because then like this would be open, and then like this area here would be kind of weak, like a weak point. I don't know. I feel like I would just make this just bigger. Just in general, just scale it up. And I think that might just solve it. You know, like, I feel like when it closes, it's a clear, perfect fit. And then it lands right flush with that edge. But that's the only thing. That was the only thing that was bugging me with that. Maybe go a little darker here. You can see more shadow, more contrast. But yeah, that looks beautiful. I'm nitpicking here, but that's quite some shading you got there. Same thing with this one here too. Really, really nice. I don't think I have anything to say with the design, about the design or the coloring. Like all of that looks nice. Like it could be like a Hearthstone card almost. The only thing that I think is slightly strange is just that the curve, like on the surface here in the front, isn't that intense, you know. So like the light from the candles probably travel all the way to the edge here. Maybe not as much. Maybe it's not gonna be as direct of a light. I feel like this hot spot around here is a little too hot in comparison to the rest. Like it feels really spherical. It's curved, but I don't think it's spherical. Maybe not as much. I was just trying to flatten the shading here just a little bit, because it's really busy, you know, like there's a lot of stuff going on. So having like that nice flatter kind of rest area, I think that'll be like a nice touch. Yeah, and like whenever you have a shape like this too, corners always catch more light. So if you're wondering ever Where the strongest highlight is going to be, it's always going to be on the corners. Right here. Unless it's like two-piece, you know, like one going into the other one, like that, then maybe not, but. Maybe add some more shadows here. Probably not a whole lot of light would escape from underneath. So yeah, maybe just punching up those shadows. Doesn't make a big difference, but some idea here, maybe like going a little darker in some of these deeper areas of the fur. Because yeah, there's a lot of contrast and maybe not as much on the animal. And the highlights down here, probably not needed. Like the top one, I get it, you know, if the light's coming from above, but from below, probably not needed. Maybe a little bit of yellow light from the candles. Yeah, it's super minor stuff though. That looks really good, Vika. Lasting. This doesn't feel quite round. That's bugging me. Like it's not perfectly circular. Yeah, that's it. Nitpicking, indeed. But what else are you gonna do? You know, he already does good. It's gotta be in the details. So there you go. That helps. Moving on to Marta. I am doing well. Thank you, Mark. Hope you're doing well too. Another week, another commission. Hell yeah. Make that money. This time I was requested to paint a portrait of Boba Fett from Star Wars. I'm not fully into the lore, so I got a bit stuck in terms of what to do as the background. So I used an ArtStation painting as a reference because it looked cooler than the deserty look from the other reference. Right. That looks pretty cool. Now, so those are the references I've used, and you also have my progress. It's my first time painting something a bit more sci-fi-ish, and I'm usually fairly uncomfortable with weapons and props. More training needed. You're welcome, Vika. All right, so looking at the anatomy first. It is a character after all. So the main thing here with the anatomy, I think it's just his the main thing is just his left arm. Just looks too short in the upper arm, especially. I think the forearm is fine, like that's okay, but this is too short for such a man. So I'll probably have like the elbow, you know, you can imagine that it usually lands right around the belly button if it's laying on the side of the body, kind of limp. And so if you draw this guy completely, hips probably right here. So yeah, you'd probably want the elbow to go a little lower than this, maybe down here. And the shoulder here makes like this reads as the top of the shoulder, and so if it's too low, then it reads like the shoulder's lower. So I would push that up some more, so that that's the peak of it. You know, shoulder starts a little higher. That's going to also make it so that the upper arm will feel a little longer without having to extend it much at all. You can just extend it a bit, rising the shoulder thingy here, and then suddenly he's got all this length. So that's much better. Feels a lot better. Maybe a little longer too. Maybe a little higher. Yeah, and what does this guy look like? Yeah, so in here, like maybe it's a little too wide. So like proportion wide is like maybe just like compress it horizontally, especially like this side here. Because it feels like his right shoulder is a little too far away from his head compared to the left. By pushing that in, kind of solve that problem. Yeah, so the rest of the face looks great. Nice shading on it. The rest of the body looks good. So then moving on to like things like composition, I think I would do more of this. So, you know, the background here is pretty dark, and then you have this really bright green outline separating the character from the background, something that you don't have as much of like you do with the face. That's great. I would do something similar with the side here, because like the values there, they're pretty similar, all of this. So part of his body and his arm as well tends to blend with the background a bit too much. I think we could accentuate this a bit more. And then this body here. You know, and now there's no doubt at any scale, it's very clear. That's the character. Back there, darker, that's the background. No confusion. Yeah, and then with this change here, moving the shoulders a little closer, we're kind of left with a little bit of a redundant part of the background. So we'll want to like center his head in the composition. It's pretty static composition. So I want to make sure that he's dead center. Yeah. Yeah. What is that device that is this what he's got? What is that? It's like a mini rocket shooter. All right. Yeah, and then beyond that, I think just maintaining just slightly more consistent lighting. So the green, we've already talked about that, but like for the main light source, you know, we have like a strong highlight here on the shoulder, but there's not a whole lot of like, the highlight here is not that strong. Up here is not that strong. Like on the portable rocket launcher. Same thing here. There's no real highlight on top here, or yeah, it's just lit differently. Seems like from the main character. Yeah, maybe with the head too. Like this one here is the entire side of the face is bright. In your case, it's just kind of like this corner. Maybe we could brighten up the rest here. That would also make more sense for the ear to be red. It's more light. And then you can make this side a little brighter. All of that brighter. Brighter. Sleeve too. Yeah, something like that. So let's just see before and after, because I've done a lot on this and I kind of forgot where we started. A little bit of framing, adjusting very slightly the proportions, mostly the shoulders, moving the shoulder pad up, and then kind of punching in the lighting a bit more, making it a little more obvious. Yeah, so that it reads more like a portrait, you know, like the focus is on him clearly. Background is just there as support. Well, that helps. Very nice so far. You did a really good job with the shading on the face here. Like, it doesn't look like a real person. I mean, it does, but clearly, you know, there's like some stylized elements in the face. But it totally looks like some guy that could just go fit right into a video game. Very nice. Nice. Alright, so we'll take a little short break after this one too. Or maybe another one after. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes. I am having a great day. Thanks, Agnes. Hope you too. So these are some basic studies. I tried to draw the full body, but when I started to draw, I couldn't do it, so I went back to more simple stuff. And can you please tell me where to go from here? Any advice on what to practice? Got it. Alright, so I'll try not to repeat anything I said in the video. Excuse me. Yeah, most of these hold up pretty well. You know, it's not a person. It's a bunch of cylinders stacked together, top of a box, and all connected by some little strings, but or all connected by some small tomatoes. But I mean, we can read the action. That's pretty good. We can read the pose. We can read the gesture of the character. What the hell the character's doing with just this little amount of information. Yeah, so like for these here, I would make them into 3D. You know, you have all the lines here, just connect the dots. Turn these into cylinders, 3D shapes. So I'm guessing that those were from a reference, you know, like all of these, done from reference. So what you could do is try to do some on your own. Maybe that was the case with these here, I don't know. But yeah, try to do some on your own, or try to look at like a reference. Just look at it and then just kind of hide it so it's out of view, and then try to recreate it approximately, you know, like something similar, but you construct it from scratch. And then if you have any doubt, if you need like to refresh your memory, then you can bring it back up, you know, like make the layer visible if it's a separate layer. Just to make it a habit to kind of dissociate yourself from the reference. It's always, you don't always rely on it, you know, testing your own wings a little bit. Yeah, because these look good. These look good enough. If they were done over a photo, or even like right next to a photo, they're pretty good. And be careful about proportions. Sometimes the leg's a little short. Sometimes the torso is a little long. I say sometimes, but it's only like here, leg a little short compared to the entire torso. So maybe you could extend that just a bit, you know, a bit longer. Same idea here. Maybe it could be a little longer. This one too. But yeah, so it depends. It depends how you created them. I would try that, what I recommended, with a reference, but that you kind of hide. And then try to create a bunch on your own, by yourself. And initially I wouldn't focus on poses that are too complicated, like people sitting down or like people laying on the ground. They're like super, like very foreshortened. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be as beneficial. So, especially if you want to draw, like practice drawing from imagination, like focus on simpler poses. Yeah, but next time, you know, let me know like where the struggle is. Like if you struggle at any point here, that we can maybe focus more on that. But from what I can see, you have good control over this exercise, whatever that exercise was. So however you treated it with the references, you did good. So make it harder. And those guys with the cylinders for limbs, that's the way to go. Yeah, well, that helps. Moving on to Rachel here. So let's do Rachel and then take a break. All right. So this week I wanted to get back on this character I'm designing. It'll be part of a series of horror characters inspired by abstract concepts. This one is meant to convey revenge and anger. I initially started with a more executioner-like look, and eventually ended up with something more butcher-like. I feel the vibes of these two concepts are very different, so I was wondering which one you find more successful in terms of representing hateful anger. It'd be also great if anyone in the stream could vote on which they find more successful. Hell yeah, let's have a little vote. I made a checklist of how I wanted the characters to appear down below in case it helps. Yes. All right, so let's give some numbers in here. So which one? What am I looking at here? All right, so Butcher Bro. Is this guy here? Let me read this again. I read too fast. Right, okay, gotcha. So, number 1, number 2. The votes are open. Dink, 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 dink. I always like if it's a character design, right? So the most important character design depends, but usually the most important is going to be the silhouette of your character, because that's the first thing that you notice. You know, if the character is walking away or like coming towards you but is really far, what you see is always the silhouette first. If the character is moving real fast, what you'll see is like a glance at the silhouette. The details, not so much. So it's going to be like big details. So, you know, if you look at the silhouette of that guy at number 2, it's not a whole lot there, you know? It looks like just a normal character. like a naked dude. For the most part, there's really not a whole lot that's unique, that's hooky about the second design. Like with the colors on and with the shading and all the details, yes, that works much better. It looks different, way more creepy. Like the story comes across a lot better, and but the silhouette is still, I feel like, the one thing that's kind of holding him down, because it's not that exciting. Again, it depends, you know, if this is going to be something that's a little, like if the project is something that's a little more intimate, where you see the characters up close all the time, and when you never really, where the silhouette maybe isn't as important. Again, depends of the scenario, but there are maybe occasions where this wouldn't matter as much. Like if it's a super dark game and everything's dark and you don't get much light anyways, you know, and you only get to see the characters when they're right in your face, like, oh shit, then that guy might work. But yeah, talking like strictly just, you know, by the book character design, like I would find something a little more exciting for the silhouette. Everything else is awesome though. Like on the inside here, the details, like yes. The shape language is tight. He did really well otherwise. So maybe he's got weapons. Maybe the weapons are enough to change the silhouette. You know, if he's got something like this, maybe that's enough. Maybe he's got some big ass just meat cleavers. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's different enough. But if they're treated the same, you know, if you shade them the same otherwise, and the only difference that this guy's got something on his head, it's more striking. That one's more striking. Yeah, it really depends of what you do with the weapons. The pose of this character is going to make a big difference too. So if he's always like hunched over with like some big meat cleavers, then maybe that silhouette's different enough. So I think we're just missing a little bit of information here, but yeah, I think either way it looks nice. But this silhouette's a little more interesting, as is right now. So and checklists of how I wanted the character to appear down below. All right, so imposing, threatening, hateful, aggressive. Yeah, so right now it doesn't look aggressive at all, right? He's just kind of standing there. So the pose is going to communicate a lot of that. Same thing with like these two would be pose. Yeah, threatening too, to some degree. Like most of these are going to be conveyed in the pose, so that's why like we don't have just enough information in the design alone to understand all of this stuff. I mean, clearly, you know, he's not gonna be a nice guy. You know, he's not gonna be giving you a massage and asking nothing in return. He's probably gonna ask for your head in return. But imposing, yeah, that's scary. Especially this guy with like the big spiky antlers. That doesn't feel cozy. But yeah, like the threatening, that's going to be like he's maybe like a more aggressive stance, you know, like a wildcat on the hunt, like head low, shoulders high, like trying to be sneaky. That's threatening. Hateful too. That's going to be in this sense, like is he charging towards us? Is he more reserved? Although threatening, I mean, yeah, he looks pretty threatening. I think you got that one covered. But yeah, hateful, aggressive, violent, those are going to be pose. Vengeful, probably the same thing too. Yeah, there you go. I'll give you a massage if you give me your soul. Sounds like a deal to me. Sign me up. But yeah, and that's what I got for you, Rachel. Most people seem to think that number 1 also the way to go. I mean, we got some votes for number 2 too. But yeah, I feel like we all agree that this silhouette is more striking. There's something more cool about it, more different. That helps. And with that, where are we at here? Joe's turn will be up next when we come back after the short break. And I'm gonna go eat something again because only had half a sandwich. I'm still hungry, so I'll be right back in like five-ish minutes. All right, I am back to wrap this up. Say hi to me, Silver. I did. Slowly building up my business. My OnlyFans empire. Resume with Joe. Could you provide any feedback on this assignment? I also have I have 2 questions. When I drew this figure, I didn't zoom in at all, and it resulted in my line work swallowing the details of the eyes. This happens to me a lot. Should I just be using a thinner brush? How you maintain enough details without zooming? Good question. I mean, it depends of what's important in here. So, like the face, like you could simplify this a lot more so that you wouldn't have to draw all the details. You know, it could be like if all she had, like maybe get rid of the lower eyelids here. Maybe at this distance you also remove the eye folds, and maybe the contour of the eye here can kind of go. Not as useful. From this distance, you know, you don't see much of details anyway, so. And yeah, already much simpler, right? It's just that's it, that's her eye. Sure, you still have a little bit of a a little bit of shading information, but you can simplify that too. Remove, 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 remove. This is essentially the same person, just less detail. And maybe that'd be, you know, maybe that'd be sufficient amount of detail for your study. In that case, if that's what your goal is now, well, that's a lot easier to achieve, you know, with a regular brush, without having to zoom in. So just the head, eyes, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and then later, you know, if you do like a second pass on your folds, if you zoom in to do the fold, like to do the medium-sized details here, excuse me, and then you start to add more details, like, oh, okay, maybe I'm gonna go a little deeper in here, reinforce this fold here, maybe I'm gonna detail that thing some more. Then you can do the same with the face too, like go back to the face, zoom in, like, oh, okay, now this is not holding up anymore, so we're gonna add more details to that, just like we did with the folds. It's not so much that you shouldn't add details, it's just to tackle the process slightly differently. So delay the details as much as possible, delay zooming in as much as possible. Like, you will probably zoom in at some point, it's not a bad thing per se, it's just that you want at the beginning to capture kind of like the essence, and then The essence doesn't need details, so there's no details in the essence, so you don't need to zoom in. That's the focus. That's just to force yourself to not observe the details initially. It's more like a half of this exercise is more a psychological exercise, training yourself to observe different things. And then I feel like my folds are okay, but all the sharpness is gone. It sort of looks like a giant veiny skin. We don't want that. I mean, I see what you mean. It still looks good to me, honestly. It just looks like a different kind of fabric, maybe. You know, like a thicker fabric that has a little more body. And so the folds that you get are not going to be as small, as fine, as detailed. But what you can keep in mind when working on folds is the folds themselves, like the curve outside. Let's draw it instead. So like this here, like the silhouette of the fabric leading to the fold, that can change a lot. But the fold itself, it's almost always going to be like this, right? It's always going to be this spiky thing, this concave spiky area of the fabric. And that's the same more or less regardless if the fabric is thick or medium thickness or soft or whatever. What will change the most is going to be that curve here. So if it's a thick fabric, then yeah, that curve is going to be a little bigger, and then and maybe less sharp. If it's thick fabric, like think of like leather, like you're not going to get real deep fold, like deep clean fold in leather. So in leather, instead of this, it might actually be more like this, like kind of folding back in and then out again, and like the two tips of the finger. This looks weird, huh? Let's do this from the side, maybe. There you go. And then so that could be maybe like leather fabric, it kind of curves in like this and then folds out again, but still from the outside it looks like a deep fold, and that's all going to be all dark in there. If it's a thinner fabric, something that's a little more subtle, not subtle, but whatever, or like silk maybe, or like a really thin cotton, then you're gonna get maybe a few more folds here. Still gonna do this, when there's a deep fold, but the other ones might be smaller, so more frequency. Maybe you think of it in terms of frequencies. So thinner fabric, higher frequency, and so smaller waves, and thicker fabric, low frequency, big long waves. So in here, all of this to say that the constant usually in here will be where the fold happens. This is the constant. It's always pointy, it's always deep, and that's always where you're gonna get the sharpness in your folds. So even if you have like bigger folds in your case, they seem bigger than these. Fabric is a little thicker. As long as when the folds are deep, as long as you go real dark in there and real like nice and sharp, nice and clean, deep fold, then you should be able to bring back some of that structure, like already it looks a lot, has more body to it, and it's just adding a straight line. So same here, like that fold right there. In your case, like we're kind of missing it, but we can just punch it out, make it a little more intense, and suddenly, yeah, now it feels like something that's not flappy skin. Same thing here. All of these, you get a lot of tiny folds. You gotta focus on the dark area of the fold. That's the most important. The fold itself, like the convex part of the fold, that can be a little more off, as long as the concave part looks good. That makes sense. Yeah, that's it. That's the main thing here. Like just going dark enough, especially here, like under the sleeve, over the sleeve. Like there's a clear difference in values between the sleeve and the shirt. And in your case, it's a little closer in value. So just want to make sure that we go dark enough. Under here, we also go dark enough. That's the sleeve. Looks like it's as defined as the reference. What the hell's Joe? Moving on to Warren. So I'm good, Warren. Is this your new girlfriend? Just kidding. This week I went out of my comfort zone to draw, paint an environment. I haven't properly studied light and color yet, so I know it can be better. Also, the painting itself feels quite empty and textureless. How can I convey texture? Is it just good brushwork? Yeah, in your case, probably, yeah. What you mean, at least, I think, would be mostly how you treat your brush strokes. So, yeah, let's say you want to make a surface feels, you want to make a surface feel sandy. In that case, yeah, you would probably want to have a brush for that, something that has a lot of noise in it. It's hard to do by hand, that kind of stuff, like a leaves, another good example. So yes, you can use a brush to do leaves. That's usually a good way to go about it. And you just save a lot of time. Same with like brick texture, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So usually texture, if you want something that's close to realism, at least, even if you want stylized textures, it's custom brushes. And it's going to be a combination of that and how you treat the highlights, how you treat your shading on the surfaces. So, shiny surfaces are going to have more reflectivity to them. They're going to have a tighter highlight, tighter specular, and more contrast overall. So more contrast between the highlights and the darker values, the shadows. Something that's more matte, like a fabric or something like that, it's going to be the opposite. So yeah, it's kind of like the combination of those two things that will give you good, satisfying textures. But that's a nice little scene here. Like the light really makes it really cozy. It's nice. It's very nice. I'll say maybe just like this little dude here. This little bro is a little small, especially like for the size of that, how do you call that? Guardrail. I don't know if that's even how you call this, but it feels like I've heard this before. But yeah, probably make that a little smaller, or make this kid a lot bigger. So let's try a combination of those two things. I know it's about the environment, but this little dude here is pretty small. Or something like this. Okay. Selection's not. I'm trying to go too fast. There we go. So this was maybe a little higher and like a little smaller. I think that might work better. Anyways, so that's that. Kind of one of the things that stood out to me at first, but yeah, in terms of colors, shadows, just the balance of the piece, overall, the composition, I think you did a really good job. That's good. Very good. Yeah, the lighting really works here. The colors you chose, the saturation, spot on. So yeah, for textures, you know, since you were asking, let's say we want to add a little more like concrete texture to these slates here, these tiles. We could do maybe dots. Let's try just one of them. Right, then we can go in and make some of these maybe a little deeper. And then we get kind of this rougher surface, right? And then you could probably do the same thing here with the shadow. The shadow, of course, follows the same surface. If the surface is rough, and silhouette or the shadow itself will be rough too. But this one looks a little rougher. You know, you can imagine if you were to step on that, it have more grip. And that's just a little bit of brushwork. So yeah, to answer your question. Brushwork and your treatment of the highlights, and treatment of the lights in general, how you shade it, and custom brushes, like a combination, a Triforce. Also this week I started learning Anatomy 3, which I'm struggling a lot with. I've made a few tracings and followed your example, but I'm still confused. I've done a few tracings, but I'm going to spend the following month focusing solely on improving my human anatomy knowledge. What's the best and fastest way to improve your visualization and memory of anatomy? Well. The fastest way is the one that feels the most uncomfortable to you. So, you know, if it's something that I'll tell you what works really well. It's hard to get yourself to do that because it's a lot of work. But if you want to really bring up your anatomy, study like doing this at first is good. You know? So the progression is important, of course. It's like what you did here, that's great. You know, all of that, yeah, I identified properly. Did a great job here. So I would, you know, always make sure that you have a bunch of references like this where you can clearly tell the muscles. And then just overall in general, like in life from now on, you know, whenever you see people that are a little more exposed, like, you know, when you can see their anatomy, try to spot those same things, you know, try to spot the depth, like where it stops here, like where the clavicle is on that person's color, like on that person's body. Can you see it? You know, like, I don't know, women wearing dresses, maybe like you can look at the clavicles here and see what they look like. How pronounced are they? How big of a gap is there right underneath here? How much do you see the muscles in the neck? And it trains you to do that. You know, it trains you to observe more things from now on, things that you might have just completely discarded, you know, from memory as you watch, as you see it. Now you'll pay more attention. Now this kind of shift makes a big difference, but it's over time, so like it's not immediate. Yeah, after you do that, a bunch of that, after you get a good understanding of where the main muscle groups are on the surface of the body, then just draw the bones, draw the muscles on a skeleton, on a bear skeleton. So start with a simple skeleton, you know, like kind of like in the T pose, no pose whatsoever, just kind of straight, and look at all the muscles of the body and then draw them where they should go. If you don't know where it attaches, like if where does it start here exactly? Is it this way? Is it that way? How does it look when it's attached? Where does it insert here? So origin, insertion, where is it exactly on the muscle? And then one muscle at a time, go through the process here, and then essentially create a full scale, like a full anatomy figure. You don't need to worry about like the deep muscles, but like all the surface stuff, like the stuff that you see here, so like chest muscle, abs, and like obliques, external obliques, all those surface muscles. slap them on a skeleton. That's gonna be, it's gonna take a lot of research, you know, because sometimes most of your references not gonna show where the muscle's inserted. You know, you're not gonna see the transparency, like this one goes under that one, but how does that work? So all of that research, all of that investigative work to piece together all the different, you know, muscles and how they all attach on the skeleton, that's going to be very beneficial exercise. It's a big endeavor, and you have to kind of do it a couple times from a bunch of different angles, from a bunch of different positions, but that's how you learn fast. Yeah, it's just a lot of work. So want to know the fastest way to do it? That's the fastest way. Even I can't tolerate this for too long. Because yeah, it is demanding. It's just brain, like trying to figure things out. Like, how does this work? It's pretty intensive. But the results will be there though. And learn the names. Names play a big part, and at some point, you know, like the name itself helps you understand where the muscle is on the body, because all of that makes sense. It's all well organized, you know, like the people that named the muscles did a good job, and to organize things like whether it's a muscle that's on the outside of the body, whether it's on the inside, how big it is, the shape of it too, it's all in the names. And so oftentimes, yes, it seems like it's extra stuff to remember, like the names on top of what they look like. Bro, that's way too much. But in reality, it's just like the two complement each other. They make it easier to store that memory. So I'm trying to find like a random example, but I don't know, simpler, like the simpler one, a bicep, right? Bicep, because it's two muscles, it's two part, and so you know there's going to be two part there. I'm trying to think of like the iliotibial band, right? So that's not a muscle, but like the thing here that starts the tensor fasciae lata that goes into the iliotibial band, like that big stripe of connective tissue on the side of the leg, the side of the thigh. Iliotibial, that gives you a lot of information already. Already it tells you that it starts at the ilium of the hip bone, and then goes all the way down to the tibia. So that's where it's going to insert. So iliotibial band. And sometimes, you know, you won't quite remember where the muscle is supposed to insert, but then you just remember the name. You're like, there you go, I have my answer. So yeah, there you go. Brachioradialis, brachialis going into the radialis. All the information is there in the name. So all that together, that's a lot of stuff initially. You know, it's like a 1,000-piece puzzle that you have no puzzle pieces left, that you have nothing done yet. So you're just opening the box like, oh my god. But as you start to piece together, like, it'll start to make sense. The more you do it, the more it'll make sense. It's kind of like this exponential curve. Hope that helps more. Moving on to Santiago. All right. It's me again. I made the changes and tried to push her lore and abilities as much as I could in her design, giving her more. Let's get rid of that. Nasty. Green corner. No. There we go. Any kind of feedback. So giving her more identifiable patterns and overall design. Any kind of feedback is welcome. I want to push this concept as much as I can to use it as part of my professional portfolio eventually. Let me know if you think it's good enough for that. For some reason I'm not seeing the picture I posted in the lineup. I don't know what happened, but can I post it again for your review? You sure? If you're saying the truth, yes. But Normally, no. Have to make sure it's done before the stream begins. So yeah, shoot it in the comments. There we go. Now we know she deals with some nasty business. Yeah, that's a lot more clear. You know what she's all about. So I would still have like droplets. You know, droplets. I think it sells it that it's liquid. When it's just like long strings like this, maybe could come across as just like ribbons. But if you had like tiny bits of droplets kind of sprinkling away from the main shape, I think that would help sell it. But that's cool, man. That looks really cool. By the way, I'm not farting, right? Just my chair. Or am I? That looks pretty cool. My eye is drawn to a few things that make this less not as professional. So what would those be then? So the shading on the legs here and just the shape of the legs in general seems a little too different from like this one here, this side. That seems like a big thigh. There you go. And then on this one here, a little smaller. Given the angle, should almost be the other way around. Or they should be quite similar. These damn pigeons, man. Stop it, pigeons. So noisy. So that's one. I like what you did with the boots though. So all the length, all the distances here. Maybe I spoke too soon. But this stuff here, like how this is longer than that one, how this is shorter than this one. Very like this is small stuff, but you really got to pay close attention to that to those details. The upper body looks pretty good though, but the breasts, you know, the angle of the breast is a little off. Shoulders go. If I just look at like this side here, feels like that should. The curve here should wrap up a little sooner, so that both are equal. And the front of it too, like this part here, like leading into the nips, it's usually pretty flat, so it'll curve at the end of it, sure, but the top here is mostly flat. The hands feel better here, but like these fingers feel a little bigger than the other hand. The gesture also is those fingers here feel like they should. I don't know that they could bend this way. It's small stuff, I know, but like those are the things that people will notice, that an employer will notice. The face too, not quite symmetrical. Like her left eye is a little higher. The shading on the face too could be just a little more pushed to have more volume information in there, because that's all important. You know, that's something that's the modelers will need when they model this character here. So how tall is her nose? Does it go all the way up here? I don't know. That's a big difference, you know, if it goes up here or if it doesn't. If it goes down there. Which is it? There we go. But yeah, and then the eye. Let's try to lower that a bit. No. Make sure it's in the right perspective. And then the hair, maybe a little too much contrast here. You know, hair is it's fuzzy. It's it's mostly translucent, especially when it's like kind of in the wind like this. So I would maybe tone down just the contrast on here a little bit more. And then after all that would be your treatment of the materials. So right now there's some differences, but it's not clear enough. I'm not clear on all the materials in here. So like this little trim there, is that matte? Is that shiny? You know, because something like this would be completely different. Like, oh, now it's a shiny trim. Okay, that's different. So matte fabric, shiny trim, got it. And then these volumes here, is this all matte also, or are those corners like sharp and shiny? How shiny? Is this reflective or not? You know, because there's a lot of red in here. If this is kind of a glossy surface, maybe you'd be able to see some of that reflected in there. Same thing with the red here. It's pretty intense red, so it probably bleed a little bit on the white. The metal here, it looks more like a yeah, it doesn't look super metallic. It looks like gray plastic maybe. But if it's indeed metallic, you want to really highlight the contrast here, make it seem like super shiny. Gonna get a lot of red reflections in there if it's like clean, like shiny metal. The black background too is going to contribute in the highlights here and the reflections. So yeah, materials would be the other one. So yeah, a couple of things, but it's all super high level stuff, right? It's like this nitpicking, it seems, for most people, I'm sure, but this is the kind of stuff that professionals will look at and will notice, and it tells them enough about your level as an artist. And so you gotta make sure that they can't see those things, because those are usually red flags. Like, oh, nah, not good enough. You know, normally professional would have been able to spot that. So it's small stuff, but it's a dope design, dude. Amazing colors. It looks beautiful. So it's in the details. You just gotta bring those up. But yeah, that probably is gonna do pretty good on social media. I don't know if you posted it yet. Moving on to I don't know if Ryan ran away. I'm not seeing his post. Callum. Here is some anatomy practice. Let me know if anything looks off. Just relaxing in bed. Standing on there. Oh, DM. Did you though? Maybe you're. Man, I never look at these. Oh boy, so many missed messages. Yikes. Let's see. Oh, message request. There we go. Where's the DM? He's on QBrush on Facebook. I don't see anything on Facebook. I don't see anything in the message request either. I'm sorry, Ryan, I don't see it. Oh, there you go. Let me unlock that then. Where is it? Where is it? All right, we got it. Comments unlocked. All right, now you can post. Okay, so back to Callum here. Alright, look at that. Nice proportions. It's a great construction that you're using. I wonder where you got it. These look really good. That one too. Here you go. Yes. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, buddy. Proportions are on point. Stylized, but just how I like it. So, yeah, nothing bad to say about your constructions, but this guy here. Let's see his muscles. All right, not bad. I think it's just like most of them are in the right place. So you did a good job. Good practice, very good practice, this kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it's just going to be more like in the flow of the muscle. I think it could be a little more aesthetic, but yeah, check. Looks good. So in here, like for example, you know, like this in the leg there, rectus femoris is gonna start. So you're gonna have your tensor fasciolata here. So where's the hips? Hip bones right here. So tensor fasciolata is going to start somewhere along that line here and go towards the side of the body, joining with the iliotibial bands, and there we go, connecting to the tibia. And then for the quads, the quadriceps, you're gonna get your rectus femoris in the center, sandwiched in between the vastus medialis on the inside. And then from the inside here, you're probably not gonna see the sartorius. So, you know, think of the sartorius as a band running along a cylinder. So if it starts right here and it runs along the cylinder this way, woo, it might be behind it here. We can't see it, but essentially that's what's happening here. So you have the right idea. It's just that it continues behind, and this muscle here is gonna completely block it, you know, as it kind of transitions behind here. So more on the inside of the leg is what I'm trying to say. Vastus medialis, and then vastus lateralis. So the two of them here pretty much touching at the bottom. And then the rectus femoris in the middle, kind of sandwiched in there. It gets very narrow towards the bottom here before it joins up with the others to connect to the patella, aka the kneecap. Beautiful flower. Yeah, and then sartorius here. That's it, hiding, and then pokes its head out again on the inside of the leg here at the knee, and attaches right there. So a small shift in the muscles, you know. So just look at more references, to be honest, from different angles, and repeat this process. Really good exercise. And I like to see that you didn't just rush through it. You know, like all the muscles have been deliberately placed. So very, very good stuff. Yeah, as you do it more and more, like some of these muscles will just start to look a little more accurate. But overall, you know, this looks good. And the constructions are super. So crushing it, Callum. That one in particular, that's really, really nice. All right, there we go. Boop. Okay. Curtis. So I wasn't really happy with the way this looked last week, so I redid a bunch of the lines, reworked the head, and added some extra details on the outfit, as well as trying to add a bit more depth to the shading. I think I'm done with this, but I'd like to know what you think. Yay. Oh man, you should add something in the background. Just, it doesn't need to be much. Like just a basic gradient. That would add so much to this, because the glow makes it so nice and cozy and warm. With a background, it would be even better. Come on. Stop playing, Photoshop. Select this properly. There you go. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. Power of the gradients. Brighter. Blue. Yay. Or ground is brighter. Like she's illuminating her direct surrounding, but everything kind of fades away in the distance. As the lights from the sword fades. Maybe a little more orange. Make more sense. It's silly, you know, it's not much. But now she's grounded. She's in an environment. It's the simplest environment ever, but it's something. It's a little extra contrast. Do I have a pebbles? I do, of course. Why am I asking? It's my own brushes. And now she's walking on a field of pebbles. There we go. I can even add a little bit of highlights on these, the ones that are closer to the sword. Yay. But anyways, going back to the drawing itself. Ah, man, yeah. That was good. That was really good. You have all the little details in here. Like I wish this stuff was a little bigger, because we can't really see it. You know, at a normal scale, we can't see any of this stuff here. But it's nice. I like that it's there. So I don't know, maybe like doubling the doubling or tripling the scale of the smaller details, just so that they actually have an impact. Yeah, because you really don't notice much of the detail until you zoom in. Like, oh shit, stuff in here. Tiny details everywhere, tiny trim. There's little belts there, little buckles. Bruh, this has some thickness. What? It's just that it goes away, it disappears completely at this scale. So go bolder. I think that's the main thing I would say here, because the pose looks awesome. I really like what you did with the face now. She looks more aesthetic, less dull, like dead doll like. But still her right eye. This one feels a little fishy, like a fish, you know, like a little derpy. Yeah, because her left eye is there's no problem there. But let's see. Center it better. She's looking at what? In the distance? Is she looking in distance? Yeah. She's not looking at her hands. Yeah, I think it's just the iris, the position of the iris in the eye. I think in your case was just a little too much on the side. So like you give her like a funny look, you know. But that's it, you know. Other than that, man, this is killer drawing. Yeah, I just wish I could see more of these details because they're nice. And yeah, a little bit of environment. Oh, maybe some extra. Like I like that you have a little bit of a gradient on your sword. Maybe push that some more because the sword commands a lot of attention. So, am I too lean back? Disappear in the frame. Let's try to gradientize this thing some more. Nani? Okay. Again, just so that the slightest gradient I think would help, just to guide the eyes towards this way. I mean, the red already does the trick, but the sword was kind of siphoning the attention away for no reason. So nice. Alright. J'ai été absent pendant quelques semaines à nouveau, mais j'ai été tellement occupé à ramasser le travail des situations réelles. Je reste prendre des commissions de vouloir continuer à apprendre davantage et quelque chose que j'ai avec. Je tentais par l'argent, mais j'ai besoin de rester pousser mon apprentissage me demande qu'elle de meilleure. Yeah. Yep, that's a common problem. There's you're completely right in that, and by the way, what he's saying is that's the struggle essentially between earning from your art, so going for the things that will result in money faster, and also the other route where it's all about just developing your skills, you know, like the right way to build up your skills, to build up your foundation as an artist. And one way leads to money sooner. Like if you go for what generates money, then yeah, you know you're gonna end up there eventually, and it's a more direct route. But also at the same time, that might like put you in a box almost, like in a little compartment. Like this is what you do now. That's it, and it'll feel always more of a stress to try to do something else because something else might not be earning money, and you're like, oh, why should I do that? And then you become this artist that's always conflicted with, should I be whoring myself out like this by just doing all this commercial stuff and not really following my passion? Or should I go the academic route and just get better as an artist, delay the money, and let the opportunities come when the skills are high enough to warrant any kind of interest, not just in particular niche or or something like that. It's it's tricky, life situation is a thing. There is such a thing, and man, like I don't think you can always follow one route all the time for your entire life. At some point, you gotta pay the bills. And so it's how you juggle the two, how much percentage you allocate to them, to each of them. Like in a way, I was doing the same thing. I was feeling the same, different level, of course, but slightly different, but still similar. And when I was at my first job in the art industry, so as a concept artist, then 3D artist at A2M, now called Behavior Interactive. But what I was doing there, like throughout the day, was to pay. Like I made money, right? It was I earned a salary for that. Not my favorite type of art, you know. So what I would do during the day would not fulfill me as an artist, and so after hours, I would always work on my personal art. With this thinking that, all right, so right now what I'm doing works because this earns some money, but if I keep doing that, I'm never gonna be happy because this art does not make me happy. Pays the bills, so I get that kind of happiness, but it's not happiness directly linked to the art. And so by working on something else on the side, develop my skills, gain more exposure, eventually Blizzard reached out. And so if I had not done that second part, right, the personal part, the personal portion of my studies, Blizzard would have never happened. And I wouldn't be here talking to you probably. So yeah, it's how you juggle both. Earning money is important. There's nothing shameful about that. We all gotta live, but yeah, I don't know. So today I bring you to a challenge. I am entering to design a building. A challenge I'm entering to design a building to fit into the world of Fable. My design will be a men's tailor on a high-end clothing store. Men's tailor or high-end clothing store. Gotcha. Also called a. What are you doing to me, bro? In my original sketch, I thought a domed roof looked cool, but after researching the game further, I found that 99% of the structures had a tall triangular style roof, and then took my idea and that new knowledge to block out more fitting to the world. The two side lights I placed a source for some lamp posts, and the one under the top balcony facing down towards the fashion display window. That's cool. Any suggestion or critique for any of my progress would be welcome. I've been with you long enough for you not to hold it. Damn right. All right. All right. So the deal here is that it has to work with that world. Yes. But don't throw this away. That's a really cool shape. Like you should totally reuse that for something else. Cause yeah, that's nice. So anyways, looking at this. Nothing to comment on as far as the process goes. That's exactly what a lot of concept artists would do. You know, quick block out in 3D, light it up. Some might even slap on a couple textures on there and some materials, shaders, and paint over the whole thing. So yeah, so I see you're maintaining. Yeah, so you're maintaining that circular shape. It's just that. I see. Okay, got it. So it's the same shape, essentially. It's just that the roof now is different. And this spiky thing in the front. Cool. I mean, what I'm getting from these buildings is that they are mostly vertical. Almost always taller than they are wide. I mean, from these examples, they're always taller. So, I think the verticality, I think, is part of the theme. And so I would just, if I were you, I'd try to push that some more, you know, so that this building is taller than it is wide. Could be like the slope here could be like way taller. it could be a tower, maybe. Or yeah, just something like this. That is kind of cool. Yeah, it reminds me of like a witch's hat, you know, like these little roofs. So it feels like the building, there's always like a pinch and then a cone. Pinch and a cone, so like the walls are not straight. There's always a little bit of this shape here. Almost like you take your box and then you push in the faces a little bit so that the corners stick out some more. And you slap on a witch's hat on top, then you got a fable building. So yeah, overall I love the shape. Now it's just to add like that flavor, exactly like the fable flavor. So I would just push these shapes a lot more. So all of this, and yeah, so like this little roof here going just like the other one. So it almost looks like a crown, maybe, you know, like it's like going up. Maybe that's gonna be too much because their roof's kind of simple. They're like a crazy shape, but they're overall pretty simple. Like the area of rest almost in the design, where there's not a whole lot of detail. So you probably don't want to overcomplicate the roof and make it simpler. Like these spikes here, maybe that's too much. Maybe it could be just like one continuous hat, like more like what you had here. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to. I mean, it would help too if I could see it like moving around in 3D to get a better idea of its shape. But overall, taller. Like I would stretch things out this way. Whenever you have like a corner like this, just pointier, stretch it out, like you're pulling it out. And I would simplify the roof. Like this reads better. It's nice to have like busyness here on the sides. And then like a rest area up here. And not to say that this is a bit too busy, but there's a lot of angles, you know? So like, I'm just thinking ahead where you're gonna have a lot of like some light on here. So some faces here are gonna be darker, some are gonna be bright. Yes, that's gonna be maybe a little too much compared to what they have here. So yeah, I would just simplify it. Maybe take this out so that instead it's just the big spike in the front. Maybe like the tower in the center. That's like the top of the hat. This is like in the front here. That's more like a horn. And then this leading to the side here. Almost like a sombrero. But yeah, maybe like a continuous slope instead of having this kind of break it. You'll figure that one out, but yeah. That's all I got. What the hell, dude? Really looking forward to see where this goes, because it's a good start. Shemang. All right, I hope you had a good week too, because I sure did. So I decided to focus on really practicing female figure drawing and doing as many pieces, spending varied amounts of time on each. Now the objective is to just really focus on this one thing for a while, so I can cheat level up on the skill as much as I. Is there anything else that you would think I should be adding to these exercises that I shouldn't ignore? Maybe some simple colors. Maybe I shouldn't narrow focus so much. No. Narrowing is good. Yeah, good point, Vika. Actually, that's a good point. I was kind of looking at these. I'm like, you can't really bend those because then that's going to be structurally weak. But then again, like these are kind of not straight, you know, like they get maybe a little thicker towards the bottom, almost like a tree. That's nice. Like flare out the bottom. That's cool. And like some of them are kind of crooked and not the same width. That's nice character. So I know you're just working on the 3D model. Obviously, you don't need to do that at this point. That can be later, but that'd be nice. Good point. Is the shading too harsh? So that's regarding the finished pieces. So these right here. Is the shading too harsh? I feel like I should soften the shading to make it look more feminine, especially the one on the left. Maybe use a different brush or more soft brushes. I spent a lot less time on a piece at the bottom. Maybe there's a better way to make it look good, spending less time. To make it look good, by spending less time, you have to spend more time for a longer period of time. And then you start to find shortcuts that you can exploit. So those shortcuts are not available to you. Like, think of this as a like an RP, like open world RPG game where some areas are locked, you know, like you can't reach just yet. Like some levels in a game where like you go on a little ledge and you're like, all right, now I can maybe jump over this thing and then to reach the treasure that's over there. But for that to be possible, you need to have the double jump that you haven't unlocked yet. So you can't reach it just yet. So you need to go through the rest of the game, do a bunch of other stuff, and then you can come back to that and get the loot. It's the same idea here with speed. There's no going around it. So you really gotta just level up your anatomy, and then that in itself is going to speed up your process. Unfortunately, wouldn't it be nice if you could just take a pill and then you're faster? I would invest a lot of money on that. Shading wise, yeah, I kind of would tend to agree with you. It is a bit rough, and yes, a soft brush would definitely help in this case. You know, for skin, I mean, for any scenarios, to be honest, any case ever, I would always use a soft brush, something like this. Yeah, I mean, it can be a soft brush that's not boring. Like this one here is a little bit of texture, you know, so it's not just like the default Photoshop brush. The default one works great for like gradients and when you want to like brighten up a certain area with like overlay mode or something, or some glow, whatever. But not the best. It's not as sexy as this maybe. We get a little bit of texture along with the softness of the brush. But I would use that all the time, something like this, and only use something different. Only use something that has more texture if you really want the texture, like if you're deliberately trying to achieve something. But with skin in general, it's pretty soft, you know, so soft brush, I think that's what I would recommend always. Or just make a habit of smoothing, smudging stuff around once you're done painting. But yeah, that doesn't tend to be as nice. But yeah, soft brush, you know, can't go wrong. You have to really try hard to go wrong with a soft brush, because you are right, it's a little intense, you know, the shading almost looks like made out of metal because the contrast is so high. But the shapes though, like the muscles here, the muscle definition, very nice, very nice. And the legs and the feet maybe a little too small for her. And like the leg here, you know, those concave curves on the body, very rare. So whenever you have any body parts, almost always, unless something terrible has happened, it's almost always convex, always curving outwards. Because yeah, muscle fibers, you know, tendon, muscle fiber, tendon. So this area here is what we see through the skin, and it sticks out, pushes against the skin. doesn't sink in. Yeah. So yeah, you know, the lighting is, we kind of understand where the light's coming from, where the light hits. Makes sense for the most part. It's just it almost looks like a posterized image, and like the harshness of the transition, maybe not as aesthetic, especially for a female body. But it's like the elegance here in the shape is basically the purpose of this image, and how it contrasts with something that's square and not natural, man-made. Yeah, maybe a little blur here would be nice to help the transition, make it look softer. But for this one here, yeah, just the legs, maybe a little short in general. So if you just scale them up, I think you'll be fine. The rest though, the head, the arms, nice. And then these. Yeah, so to answer your question, I wouldn't add colors or anything like that. I mean, do that if you like it, if it's fun, sure. But to speed up the process, if you want to get good, fast focus, narrowed focus, always the best, always the way to go. Unless you don't know what you want to focus on, obviously. But if you know, then yeah, focus. So shading, I wouldn't worry about it. That's just good shading is almost just a symptom of just good understanding of volumes in general, and you don't need to shade for that. You can just draw it, just using line art, studying different body parts, different anatomy, different parts of the anatomy, just getting a better handle on your human anatomy skill will make you better at shading it. Guarantee you that if somebody that's only shaded spheres ever, nothing else, nothing complicated, but if you're really good at shading a sphere, so you understand how shading works, and all you do is practice anatomy and get really, really good at anatomy, so good that you can just draw any muscle, recall it from any angle, whatever. Ask that person to shade the anatomy, they will have no problem, I guarantee you. Even if they've never done it before. So shading, not a big focus. Colors, not a big focus. It's really just the shape. So the construction, super important. Gesture, construction, and then anatomy, like muscles, individual muscles. And if you don't care about knowing all the muscles, because to be honest, most professional artists don't. It's not a requirement. Like, I didn't know most of this shit when I joined Blizzard, so clearly not a requirement. As long as you can fake it good enough. But yeah, gesture drawing and construction and just surface anatomy. Like the big muscle groups, the stuff that's visible through the skin. If you get a good handle on that, I think you'll be pretty much all set. That's the fastest way to go about it, in my opinion. What the hell, Shimeng? Moving on to Nathan. Hello. Oh yeah, man. Oh, the angle in the back, that's way better. Yes. And the little bit of values that you added in here too. Oh, that was cool. Yeah, so last time the main feedback was that it felt a little chaotic, like there's just a lot of stuff in here, and the order is a little maybe hard to understand what's going on. I think it's mostly solved now. Yeah, the shading really adds a nice touch. I still am unsure how the heck she's carrying all this stuff. I just, like, if this is it, if this band here, the strap is what's holding up this whole thing, then why is it so high? It's almost like she's got a... Yeah, it just feels so weird that it would be so high. You know, like, unless it's... trying to think of a situation where that would be possible. This reminds me of like the kid's backpack, you know, like where you where you have basically, it's the backpack that you put on here, and there's a little seat back there, and then the kid can sit there behind and kind of hold on to the head of the parents, you know, whatever. That's what it reminds me of, because then there's a little place here for the kid to sit on. So it makes sense that it's held up higher above the head, even though, you know, the straps go along the body here, and then, you know, the adult is much taller than that. But unless there's that seat up here, and it's only there, it's a little uncomfortable too, because you always have to lean forward. Otherwise, like, you know, you're off balance, you fall back. Not good. That's what I'm seeing here with this one here. So this could totally work if it were more like a climbing backpack, or like, you know, those typical what's the word? Yeah, climbing backpack. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. You know, where there's the big mass here, and then a little flap here that you can attach, click, and then they have the sleeping bag on top, right? So, or at the bottom, it doesn't matter. Let's say this is your backpack, then it makes sense, because then that acts as like the little table, the little area where something else can be on top. And so if that was the case, you know, if she was carrying something big behind here, and she's just got so much stuff that on top of that big thing, on top of that big backpack, there's still something else, then yeah, that would make sense. But right now, with nothing else, it feels like there would be no way she would be walking normally. Like, she would always have to lean forward like a grandma. Otherwise, she would always fall backwards. So, easily solved in that sense. You can just add something here, something back there. So, like, another carrying, you know, another compartment, another section to the bag, and then this rolled up carpet is laying on top. Then that would make more sense. And then the distribution of the weight would be a little more logical too. So it would be closer to her core, less likely that she would fall backwards. She still have to lean forward when she walks, but. So yeah, that's my only beef with this current design. It looks really cool. Like, I feel like you'll almost need to use the backpack or to think of your backpack as being something that's going to be like key to the character. And once you're done with the colors, it's almost like that defines her in a sense. And the only reason I'm saying this is because it's still pretty chaotic, you know, so there's a lot of stuff going on. That's not a problem if the colors are bold, you know, so if you have mostly dark colors and then the backpack here is kind of like this bright blue color, then all the noise kind of fades away, and then we just look at the stuff that screams the loudest. So I think you're gonna need to have something like that. Not necessarily blue, whatever, but through colors make sense of the chaos even more. Because there's a lot of stuff in here. Not necessarily a problem. Not a problem at all, but just gotta be careful. Think about it when you go into colors.
What would you like to play next?
Nothing. Shut your mouth. It's rude computer, always interrupting. And no, I like this a lot. Like the little environment bit. I mean, maybe the tire screams a little too loud, you know, it could be like half a tire or something. But yeah, no, this is nice. Very nice. It gives more information, you know, like we know it looks like some sort of badlands or some junkyard or something. It looks pretty deserted. Some junk laying around. Yeah, sometimes I abuse Alexa. I'm not talking to you. From the house, Nathan. Moving on to Robin here. So, ooh, it's my first time submitting something, but I am planning to do it weekly from now on. Awesome. Welcome, Robin. It's good to have you. Looking forward to see what you submit in the future. So, as you can see, I used a reference for the right one, but the left one, I drew the clothing mostly from imagination. Please let me know what you're thinking about them. Also, I didn't really know how the shirt should behave at the bottom of the sleeves. Do you just get a feeling for that over time, or is there any technique that I missed? Like here, you mean? All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this guy first. Yeah, so this kind of stuff, you know, to figure this out, it's just visual library. So as you do it more and more, as you practice drawing this kind of stuff more from references, you'll pick up on certain things like, oh, when something is hanging, or there's a fold here, another fold there where the actual elbow is, and then the armpits, what does it look like? All right, so over the shoulders, we have a bunch of folds going towards the armpit. Not so much here on the top of the trapezius. On top of the shoulder, it's mostly flat, so not a whole lot of folds there. And it's just those tips that you pick up over time, and then eventually you'll pick up a tip for sleeve, what that should look like when it's just hanging and when it's kind of baggy. So yeah, a few things maybe that you can use that tend to look okay without having to look at a reference. Although always look at a reference, you know. If you don't look at references, there's no input of information. And if you're not filling your visual library with anything new, then you're not improving. So references. But it's always good to test yourself, you know, like this. So no problem at all doing something from imagination. It usually tends to highlight your shortcomings. So now next time that you see a sleeve like this, you know, having struggled now to draw it properly from imagination, now there's a question mark. It's like, how is that supposed to look like? Next time you see it, information filling that void, boom, long-term memory acquired, and then you'll remember that for a long time. So, tips in question: whenever you have naturally flowing folds that accumulate at the bottom. Let's say this is a good example here. You always have a contrast in the size of the folds, and towards the pinch, you know, towards where there's the most tension, the fold's always the smallest, and as the folds get bigger and bigger with less tension. So around the wrist here at the bottom, you can have more folds, and for folds you can just kind of go like diamond shapes usually work pretty well, or like X's, whatever. It's the same thing. But first, you know, you'll want the frequency. So frequency would be something like this. So that's a good frequency for folds. So bigger fold and then smaller and smaller as it gets closer to the sleeve. And then the other characteristics would be just the shape themselves. So you have a bunch of long diamond shapes kind of stacked on top of one another. Usually that tends to look pretty good, and using the same logic again, you know, like you spread them out with distance from the tension point. So these ones will get a little fatter, etc., and then these are kind of the shadow areas of the folds. it's just theory, but it kind of works, you know. So, or X's work the same way, you know. It's just that instead of drawing the shape on the inside, you're gonna be drawing the outside here. So. And then you spread them out with distance. Yeah. Mostly, if I were you, and if I want to practice this kind of stuff, you know, if this kind of art, that's what you like, you know, to draw like kind of, you know, regular looking dudes with cool clothes and just like fashionable, that kind of stuff. Or maybe if you want to go into fantasy, whatever. Doesn't matter. If you know that you're going to be drawing baggy clothes more than hats, like witches' hats or something, or something else that's very particular. Find references for this kind of stuff, you know, like baggy shirts, just standing up like this, and do it a couple of times, and then eventually you'll see like there are patterns for the sleeves, and you'll start to see them. Like, oh yeah, it's the same thing. The fold's doing the same thing as the last reference. Oh, interesting. So to get to that point, you know, it's more of this here. But make sure that you use references that contain information that you might reuse in the future. So if you don't ever draw female characters, don't study dresses, you know, like dresses with a lot of details, like maybe like flowery patterns in the folds and like some weird bows, and, you know, use references that are going to be helpful in the future. But to improve that, more of this, more. And this is a really good study. It's my nose really itchy right now. Yeah. From this, you know, to get a better result, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But something that's it's a little more aesthetic is you kill some of the contrast and focus really a lot more in the crevices, like the cracks in between the folds. So we're gonna kill some of the contrast here. There you go, something like this. Contrast killed. Boom. And from here, we're gonna go in the folds, deeper folds here, and highlight those instead. Not touching anything else. So and here, not gonna get a lot of light escapes. Deeper folds, you want to highlight that. Anything up here. All around the hood there, kind of overlapping on the shoulders. Here on the side, we got a pretty deep fold. At the seam here, it gets pretty dark. Inside the pockets, it gets pretty dark too. And so the result that we're aiming for here is kind of less, just a better read on the fold. So less noise in the folds themselves and more focus on the darkness that the folds create. That makes any sense. Let me go back in time here, see what the before and after. That looks any better or not? I think like he reads better, you know? That's the goal, so that the arm reads as the arm. This is like, this whole thing is one piece, and then this is another clear flap, and then that's overlaying the arm is overlaying this section here. There's this sleeve there is on top of everything else. It's just harder to see that when the contrast is high everywhere, and so it's just managing those level of contrasts. So, hold on, get back to you, Billy, in 1 second. Just gotta take a look at Ryan's late. So that was face practice that simply got out of hand. I really like the composition and wanted to get feedback on possibly better lighting tips. Feel as though I am missing something. Lighting, okay. So I hope your weekend is God as always. God it is. I'm on your case today, Ryan. It's out of love. I went rock climbing and I'm now just recovering from my 2 broken arms. All right, well, that's rough. Nice. So studying some recipes. You have the right idea. This reminds me of what's his name? Luke John, is that his? I don't know how to pronounce these Eastern European names. But yeah, you know, study other people's recipe. That's usually how your own style will come about. You know, you'll look at a bunch of different styles, aka different recipes, and from different people, and you're like, I kind of like these ingredients. Oh, I like that too. And then when you put them together, that ends up being something that's different from the original, because you're not sourcing just from one artist. You're grabbing a bunch of little things all over the place, and then that becomes your own style. And so yeah, do more of that. That's good. Sometimes, you know, you'll see, maybe I kind of like the ratio of these eyes versus the mouth and the nose. Those eyes are huge, anatomically incorrect, but when they're in the right proportion, when it's pushed just enough, it can be very aesthetic. Like it's a cute face. So maybe you like that, or maybe you like simpler eyes, like this, or like that. Something that maybe a little more realistic. This is definitely more like manga, more stylized. Or stylized, but with a lot more details. So yeah, not so much tips on that, but just, yeah, keep exploring and note the things that you like and just keep reusing them over and over. Like how people draw noses, how they simplify the nostrils, how much detail do they put in the nose, and that's no details at all. Maybe you like that. Or maybe you like when you can see the nostril here, maybe you can see part of the contour of the nostril, maybe the bottom of the nose here. Maybe you like the tip of the nose to be a little better defined. Whatever, you know, whatever you prefer. But yeah, you got to do those kinds of studies. Like look out there, look all over the place what people do. Maybe they use a technique that you prefer. Yeah, there you go. So that's super stylized. Not super hard to do. You know, you just gotta get good at. Moko's angry. You just gotta get good at maintaining those kinds of proportions. You know, eyes this big, this far apart. This is the size of the nose. This is the size of the mouth. What the head looks like, you know, on there, or what does that face look like on the head? That's gonna change things too a lot. Is it a big face on a tiny head? Is it a tiny face on a big head? Is it more proportionate? Big ears, small ears? That's all personal choices. And here with the lighting. All right. And personally, I like this style better too. Yes, it feels more chunky. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, so the lighting here, I think, is I feel like I've been meaning to sneeze for like 10 minutes now, but it's just not coming out. the light direction's a little bit ambiguous. Like this, you know, this head here, for example, is being lit from this side, that one from below, this one from that side. So just like it would make sense if you had one head that was lit from a bunch of different angles. It looks weird when you have a bunch of different objects within one scene lit differently. So I personally wouldn't do that unless there's like a meaning behind it or something. But yeah, I would just pick one direction. So let's say we go and follow this guy here. So that one looks good. Let's go with that. Or maybe he's the one emitting the lights. Maybe that's a better symbolic, whatever. So yeah, so in that case, this one's correct. You know, being lit from below, yes, no problem. All right, so you want to do the same thing with this guy here. Underneath the lips, underneath the nose, underneath the eye, lids, top here, and chin, and down the cheeks. And yeah, if you did that for all the characters, all the different faces, like this one here would be completely dark because it's facing away. Not dark, but wouldn't be any highlights. This one either. That one not much. This one probably not. So yeah, maybe from the inside not so good because most of these are facing away. So scratch that won't work in this case. But yeah, let's just go back with the original. So light coming from this direction, just like this guy here. It's good. That one too. Yeah, so this one here is just not following the same rule. That one either. No, that one's good. No, that one's okay. That one, no. Yeah, if they were all receiving the light from the same direction, I think that would make a lot more sense. It would be a lot more aesthetic. And same thing on this guy here too. Probably haven't gotten to that point yet, but yeah, like light on his pants. Again, coming from the same direction. It would definitely look nice. And then some shadow. Maybe that chair here. A little too saturated. It's attracting a lot of attention. Always keeping in mind the different contrast. You know, you don't want to have too much contrast in areas where you don't want people to look. So instead, you know, if that red was here, then the eyes would go there first. Whoa, that's hard to miss. But if it's on the side here of the canvas, it's also hard to miss, but like you'd want to miss it. Who cares, you know, about that corner? I'll stop here. Hopefully that helps. And what is my man Billy talking about here? So I see a bunch of famous artists jumping into the indie comics field again, like Joe Mad, Eric. Yeah, I'm gonna disappoint you. I don't know most of these other than Joe Mad and Trent. No, that's not true. I know Ryan too. Some of them are just leading a team to bring their comics back. Would you ever consider in the next year or so? Oh man, I know what you're gonna ask, but publishing a story from Chroma Islands. I've been really wanting to ask you this. So it kind of goes back to your what you were talking about earlier. You know, Chroma Islands has no financial value for me, so it's really hard to dedicate any time to it. Like I've tried to make it work. Like on YouTube, maybe if there was like a lot of interest there, and probably I just haven't found the right recipe, you know. Like any content will work on YouTube if it's done well enough. I just haven't found that recipe yet. So it's almost like until I find that one thing that makes it so that I can incorporate just Chroma Island art into my work, then yeah, it's probably not gonna happen for a little bit. I mean, I'm still working like on the side, on different characters, that kind of stuff. So the project is not dead at all. All I'm thinking about is always that. And whenever I think of a new design, it's like, all right, how would that fit in the world? So it's just, yeah, to commit something that important, like a comic, something that I feel like I would need to first spread the brand a lot more, or not the brand, but the IP a lot more, for a lot more people to know about it, for there to be enough interest for a comic. Because otherwise, unless I spend another good year or two on it, like on YouTube or like just in public, just constantly producing stuff for Chroma Island, I don't think that would ever make any financial sense. Like it would just bomb, maybe a few people will get it, but it would be too high risk. So I would rather spend my time doing something else that I know for sure will bring in the cash. I want to buy a house at some point. I know renting is it's hassle free, but a house would be nice. So I want to do something with Chroma Island. Believe me, I haven't done all this stuff to just let it die. Hell no. But comic, probably not yet, at least, unless somebody wants to do it, and then all I have to do is art direct. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know what? The excitement around the redraw was not around the redraw. It's not around the character. It's around exposure. People don't care about your characters. They want me to repost their stuff so they get exposure. That's 95% of people. Some people, 5% of them, maybe they really liked it. They're like, oh, I would have never done that before, and I don't care about exposure, but it's a really cool character, so I want to draw it. It's mine already. So that's just reality of social media. But I'm fine with it. Whatever, But anyways, let's stop here. I gotta go. Good night. Yep. There you go. We got some truth coming out of the streams. Yeah. Gotta say good night to the kids. They're about to go to sleep, so I'll let you guys. So thanks so much for hanging out today, guys. Had a good time. Had a good day. And had a lot of fun. Saw a lot of good art. Saw a lot of great progress. A lot of new people. I'm excited for next week, and so I hope to see you back. Kevin, you can check on. You can probably just Google it, or go on YouTube and Google Chroma. Not Google. YouTube search Chroma Islands. You'll find the videos about it. They're older videos, so a little more cringy. Like I was less comfortable. So yeah. I know there's probably a way for me to make that work into like more recent videos. I'll try it at some point. I won't give up. Anyways, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. I have a lot of Drive to Survive episodes to watch. That's gonna be fun. And I hope to see you guys next week. Hope you have a good creative week ahead of you. And I love you. Bye.